put a spoon. You from Gemma, put a spoon. Yeah, put a spoon. If you eat my regular, my brother, put a spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, put a spoon. Yeah, put a spoon. You want to get a nose up there, put a spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What you want? Yes, what you got? Spoon TV. Yes, what you got? Spoon TV. Spoon. Balabadibadiba. Skididididabado. Spoon entertainment. Kua. Let's say kua, go to there. Kua, go to there. On the spoon, yes, I
Yes, sir. The special one from the CEO stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South End.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to get my action. Spoon television. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morocco. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you just spoon you ain't know. If they can't prepare for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to the spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, to the spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to the spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You from Gemma, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. If you eat my regular, my brother, to the spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You want to get a nose up there, to the spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What you want? Yes, what you got? Spoon TV. Yes, what you got? Spoon TV. Spoon. Balabadibadiba. Skididididabado. Spoon entertainment. Kua. Let's say kua, go to there. Kua, go to there. On the spoon, yes, I
Yes, sir. The special one from the CEO stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South End. On the
the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to get my fraction. Spoon, spoon, spoon direction. Spoon, spoon, spoon direction. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you just spoon you and no. If the trade preparing for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother? To spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia? To spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happened. And
of course, you're listening to Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1 FM, Voice of Liberia 104.1 FM, and a host of other stations relaying us all across Liberia. Today is the 26th day of November of 2025. A pleasant night to you wherever it is you're listening to us from across Liberia. A good day to those of you watching us and listening to us all around the world. Welcome to tonight's edition of Liberia's premier talk show. And of course, it needs no introduction, but I love to say welcome to the Spoon Talk. My name is Diamond Slanger. I'm producing tonight. It's a pleasure being in your company. I also do have just ready to kickstart the show, the former CEO of the Spoon Network, Mr. Stanton Alexander Witherspoon Sr. He's all set and ready with a jacket that he bought for, I think, $2 or $3 or so. But you know,
this was
$1.
So $5.99. This is the most expensive one, $5.99. That is the most expensive one, $5.99, $5.99. But why they can't just say $6? Why $5.99? Why?
You got a $5.99.
I mean, can you just put? I mean, what am I going to do with 1 penny? $5.99. So I mean, but I did. At $5.99, you can find it down the street. I'm not too far from the trade shop, and you can find it there. Down. I mean, send me something. I'll buy them for you, my man.
Yeah, but buy them for me, like can I send you something after?
No. Wait, nah, that $150. Let me tell you this story. So, guy come in like, they say, yo, we got a powerful information for you. It will take care of the person who shot. I said, okay. But see, you got to pay. I said, okay, I'll pay. What's going on? How many you want? See, you want 1K. I go, seriously, Diamond, true story. I said, no problem. 1K, I will call Diamond, worry. See, you won't talk to Diamond. That you are the right CEO, not Diamond. I said, but I will get the document. See, you just send the document to you. I said, wait. I said, you know who you're talking to? Yeah. See you, I said, yeah. See you. They want I said, okay. But you really know who you're talking to. That means must send you money. Hoping that you send me document. I said, are you serious? Are you serious? See you would do it. I said, okay. Let me call Diamond. Let her arrange something. The guy said, no, see you won't do it. You had the same way number. I said, okay. What you want? You want me to help you with something? Tell me. If I can help you, I'll help you. See you a rave on your beginning. Take care of it. See you a rave beginning. I said, but I grew up in Napato. that mean you're close. I'm making you. Money like him back the ground. But that was send the money. I will give it to you. Send it.
What are the same thing? And the same thing now you just explain. But I trust you. In this case, there is trust. In that one, there is no trust.
Yeah, but picking up, I just get them $75 that were happy. So no problem. I took care of the easy 75. You want something, I get change, I give it to you. You don't have to battle and send document. No, you can keep my eyeball.
Why you trust me? You trust me? So send it to them.
I can send it to you. If you pay that one back, we call your salary at all.
Spoon LPM, Spoon LPMC or LPA, which one? Yeah.
We'll call your salary. I'm begging you. You do. I mean, all the big. But Dama, though, before you go, I know we're going to get. What's the president for the press?
Julius
What's his name?
of the PUL, he's here already. And
What's his name? Julius.
Yeah.
Okay. And Angie Mama is coming on. I know that somebody told me that she's.
It's been a minute.
Angie Mama, I don't know why she's not on the other show, but she's coming on our show. I don't know why. But you know that my Angie Mama, I got to bring her on anytime. But I want to say this to you though. This is crazy. Jacob Jala, May of 2025. Jacob Jala joined CDC. Today, Dama, Jacob Jala joining CMC. What's going on?
Now only one letter different. The M, he traded the D for the M. Like, oh.
No. Today is an interesting day, right? Jacob Jala, my friend Jacob Jala, May 12, 2025. I found the date, everything. Listen to what Jacob Jala said, but see, I break it down. Give me a few seconds here. We gotta play this. Listen to Jacob Jala.
Absolutely later to be on the historic grounds of the mighty Congress for Democratic Change. I feel a deep sense of nostalgia back on these grounds. On these great grounds, men and women, sons and daughters of the land, putting together a great historical movement for national transformation. It is clear to me, and also clear to many, on this sacred soil, on which I stand to deliver these messages to the CDC, the Mighty Congress for Democratic Change, has now assumed the most courageous task.
We'll play everything, right? Jacob Jala celebrating with sedition, a brand new baby boy, May 12, 2025. The message is a sedition. Today, the man feel a sense of nostalgia. What are you feeling today? Dama, what led you to listen? Musa is my friend. Ray. But what got Jacob Jala on the show? Like,
yeah, but you have to hear from him. You know.
No, I'm a friend. Yeah, we will hear from Jacob Jala. I just want to bring you guys up to speed. It's going to be a unique show today. That one, you also remember what is happening, though. I said recovery got no bandwidth this time. They're going after former First Lady Claire Weah Foundation.
The oranges, you know, they're shaking the trees all around, and it's falling close to home. And the closest yet is this attempt by the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force to get documents from BMC, you know, financial documents, bill of quantities, and the rest that has been subpoenaed by the court. Will be at the court tomorrow to see whether or not BMC is going to make those documents available. So it's getting interesting by the minute. You listen to Clark Martin, the councillor, the last time he spoke, when he revealed those names, including the former chief of protocol to former President Weah. So we're watching how it goes, but you should also know that it's not going to be an easy ride. There's going to be
Dama, let's get something straight. Dama, stop lecturing me here. Stop lecturing Liberian people. What were you, Dama, when I gave the announcement that they were going after Claire Weah? What were you? What were you when I said they were going after Samuel Twe, and Samuel Twe said you were taking me to court, and you were calling Arthur Johnson, my friend, Arthur Johnson. What were you? What were you when Samuel Twe had a whole meeting? Gafwan, whole meeting on my name. What were you? Picking from Noah Panton. That kind of picking. That knows the Giza, Meswese, and Meswese. After here, follow the Bureau News. If I vomit for them to like it, they won't like it. But I must tell you though, you want to hear everything today on the Claire Weah Foundation. You want to hear everything. That's a bump share. After we call $2.3 million, Clark Martin have gone wild. The man say he fear nothing but fear itself. Can you imagine Clark Martin saying, I fear nothing but fear itself? He said,
I beg to leave you for a minute in the hands of.
Bring it, Jemima, when I'm calling you, go ahead to yourself. I'm here with the crippled, disabled general, Honorable Karis, most great. The man is disabled, man. Man walking, man dropping. What's up, my car is great? You gotta unmute.
You want to disable or general? You cannot. But I hear you fire. Don't mind the access recovery. They get nothing, man. That fishing expedition.
No, my man, let me tell you something. Asset recovery said they got a lot, though.
They don't
Asset recovery got something. No, we're discussing. We're discussing. Yeah. I mean, I know what you got. I know where you're coming from. But I can tell you. Great. I got something straight, right? And I know you were so angry the last time when I made this announcement. I'm saying 16 billion is on the table, 25 million is on the table. I'm saying the former First Lady, Madame Claudia, and I respect her a lot. I'm saying that foundation is on the table. Asset recovery is leaving nothing, no stone unturned, great. But your people took it somehow. They felt that we're being political. What do you think, Gray? I mean, are you guys ready for this battle?
And what I can say to you is that I know when you ask the issue of Toya, what you saying. I want to those who told Toya, look, no deal of having any disagreement with the Spoon Network family. We had that conversation here and I behind the scene other people. I mean, I've been very clear about that. I know for sure, I'm very certain that this government will go after anyone, anything they smell or anything they perceive. But on the issue of the Clark Foundation, I'm not saying no other thing, but the Clark Foundation, I can guarantee you, Stano, that the government of the Republic of Liberia never appropriated a dime for that foundation. Not only that, the government through the Ministry of Finance or any check to Central Bank never ever contributed a dime towards that foundation. Why they are running after that fishing expedition? I'm talking about the Clark Hope Foundation, the City of Hope. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about any other thing, but I'm being specific. And I will speak.
I know we get it, right? I know the guys coming will get it, right? Because this is very important. But something is missing yet, Greg. And help me out, though. You are not angry that asset recovery is going after Madame Claudia, are you?
I don't think anybody angry. The concern here is that, look, I see it purely as a vision and a dangerous Pandora box that is being opened. And I would tell you why I see it as a Pandora box. Every first lady of this country I know of, okay, including the current president, it has a foundation. A foundation she registers, a foundation she runs. So does that mean because she raised funding on behalf of the foundation in her portfolio or because President Boy went to the program, it means that government money or it means people who donated to
it's not what I'm saying. And I know the guys will come. It's not what I'm saying, Greg, right? This is a big news, right? And guys, welcome to the show. Share the show. I have fun. This is a big news. We are saying that asset recovery have no boundaries now. They are setting a new precedent, a new way forward. That if any other government come, everybody is open for an investigation.
No, you start a very. I want to say that's a Pandora box. If you hold me, I've been very technical with my conversation. Because now, if you open the Pandora box, for example, let me just give you an example. There are senior government officials, whether in this government or this government, where have foundations. And let me give you an example. They has a foundation as a senator. San Jose has a foundation, right? There are other lawmakers who have institutions like schools. Besides lawmakers, other senior government officials, they have a foundation. Even the current president's son, that time has a foundation that they launched. So if government fundings go to those foundations, usually in government budgetary appropriation, not the foundation, but even school, okay? For example, Prince Johnson School, for example, the government contribute money towards it. The government cannot possess a school because it's not government property. But government does that. There's a protocol of government. So they're trying to say, though it's not in the case of Clark Marine Foundation because the government didn't contribute. They're trying to say every contribution made by the government to this foundation or to this school.
I understand, and I don't want us to get ahead of ourselves because we'll get there, right? But I want to hold you. I want to hold you here, Greg. Hold on 1 minute. Let me hold you, Greg.
No, that's not just circumstance. You said it means that nobody is off the hook even for the future, and which I agree with you on. You say it's a precedent that they are setting.
Exactly. So nobody should blame Clark Martin. He's doing a piece of job that the government asked him to do, right? And on the contrary, nobody's saying Madam Claudia is guilty or she is some kind of problem yet. If Madam Claudia have bank records and documentation to prove that these were all charitable contribution, no problem.
Yeah, but Stanton, you struck a point. No, let me tell you. The first lady, I can say this to you, I've been in consistent contact with the family to understand because I'm part of the family. There is nothing she's prepared to have in terms of source of contribution, in terms of where the contribution came from. There is nothing they are prepared. The procedure being used by the Asset Recovery Team first, if you are fighting corruption, it's not the responsibility of the Asset Recovery Team to fight corruption. The first procedure, summon the Ministry of Finance document, finance the checks from the Central Bank of the Republic.
All right, let's see what Julius from the press union, the president, is ready. We'll spend about 10 or 15 minutes with him. We'll bring in Jemima Wodokari. And because we got a lot to cover, we got to talk about the cloud. We got to talk about the BMC. What are they doing? What are the information have been confirmed that Emmanuel Bailey, the UMU president, has passed. We're still waiting, and we'll just give you he's a permanent guy. Edwin Snow is coming on tonight. By the way, there's a big coup d'etat took place in Guinea-Bissau. We have our reporter in Guinea-Bissau. Folks that are giving us information, we will bring them live. And again, I want to say to all of you, it's very, very important for you to know this is the day the Lord has made. Let's rejoice and discuss issues of national concern for our Liberia as a whole. The 26th day of November. Tomorrow is Thanksgiving Day. I don't know what you're cooking. I don't know what you're cooking. But tomorrow, a lot of turkey, a lot of chicken will be speaking different languages tomorrow. Here in America, we'll be celebrating Thanksgiving, a major holiday, and want to wish everyone happy Thanksgiving. Be thankful to God for everything plus more. I'd like to say, Diamond, are we ready to bring in Julius Konuba? I think that's the name.
Yes, sir. We are.
Julius Konuba.
Konuba, thank you very much. Great. Kevin Hassan, welcome to the show. Let's welcome Julius. Julius, as welcome. It's good. Well, I don't know what I have spoken to you before, but thank you very much. You always, inform us through chat room, everything you're doing concerning the Press Union of Liberia. I want to say congratulations to you. Thank you very much for everything you continue to do to keep the fourth ST where we want them to be. We do appreciate you. Welcome to Spoon Talk, Julius.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Staton, and greetings to your fellow guests and panelists on the show. Akaros Gray, somebody that I respect a lot, and we've come a very long way when I was in active mainstream journalism. And thanks for your kind remarks about the work that we do at the Press Union of Liberia. Yes, you've attempted several times to get me on, but I don't know why each time I tried to connect with you online, it becomes very difficult. But again, I would like to commend all of you, the management and staff of Spoon, radio, Spoon Broadcasts, and all other journalists and media institutions in the country for the job you continue to do. People who work within the media industry, they are very critical in terms of helping the public, advancing the rights of the public, to access information that will be very valuable in terms of decision making to make our country better.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Julius. You came here for one purpose only. We do appreciate the Liberia speaker. We can term him and say what we want to say. But we hate to even have this conversation, but we should have this conversation. I want to play what he said yesterday concerning reporters, journalists in the country. He threatened them. He threatened to arrest them, to jail them. They won't know your position as president for PUL. What action you guys going to take? What you guys going to demand of him? Because it's only important for us to sit on this show, and no one should suppress. No one, should try to, diminish the work that you and others do continuously in Liberia. So let me play this audio, then we'll hear from you. I'm going to play this. This is the regime speaker, Richard Coon.
Not legal yet. Any recover here with you. There's such a not legal to get Coro. We are not video recording talking. You're carrying when you cry off. We put a show much money. There's such a must be legal. But Coro, they told together record and start talking. No, catch you off. Don't believe it.
What say you to this? When you heard that, what say you?
Well, first, we're very shocked to hear this sort of a threatening remark coming from the third person in command of the country, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Richard Nangbe Coon. And as the statement that we issue said, we believe that the threat by the Speaker is yet another manifestation of the increased hostility towards journalists and the media in Liberia. You may or may not be following some developments in Liberia. Across the last 12 months, we have incidents of assaults, attacks, physical, verbal intimidation of journalists in the country. And I mean, like we're celebrating our anniversary, we did give a State of the Media report. And this is a continuation of such an act. I mean, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, for him to be issuing such a threat, the President believes it is unacceptable. And I mean, like you rightly said, I mean, we are demanding the Speaker to issue a retraction and to issue a public apology. Just on today, we were at the National Legislature. We met the staff in the offices of the Speaker. We were also honored to have met Representative Emmanuel Dan, who is the chair on information and broadcasting at the level of the House of Representatives, to understand some of the contexts of the statement and to see how we can guarantee press freedom within the country. Speaker Coon is one of the most powerful persons in the country. Such a statement or threat should not be coming from him. If there is anything, he must do all, along with members of the House of Representatives, the legislature, and other public officials, to guarantee access to the press and to respect press freedom within the country, because it is through the press that citizens of the country that they represent legislatively get to know about the functions of the government, as stated in Article 15 of our Constitution, and there shall be no limitation. And from what we've gathered, we think the Speaker was in error, and it is important that he speaks on the matter so that he can be able to calm the situation on Capitol Hill, because he's creating a hostile, threatening environment for journalists. Just recently, in fact, when the House of Representatives was in this sort of a leadership crisis, few journalists were attacked. I mean, by people belonging to both factions, that were in the conflicts at the Capitol building, and we don't want such an atmosphere of hostility to continue at the first branch of government. So we've met, like I said, people associated or working with the Speaker and some members of the House, and they gave us their own commitment that the matter will be handled amicably. And from what we heard from some of the actors we spoke with, the Speaker regrets the situation. And I mean, some said he said it in a form of joke. And like the media advisor to the Speaker, as we quoted in the press statement, said the Speaker did not mean any malice. But I mean, when you tell somebody, I will deal with you, and we will grab you, we will jail you, I mean, this is not a joke, right? Especially a press freedom.
I'm sorry. I just want to get to. I want to get to this. It's important that you got to let us know. Have you spoken with the Speaker since he said what he said? Have you spoken to him?
No, I've not spoken with the Speaker, but I had gone to the Capitol building because the press bureau was interested in meeting with the press union, members of the legislative press pool. I mean, the group of journalists who covered the legislature, in order to have a dialogue. And so we also went on a fact-finding mission. So we spoke with people in the office of the Speaker, the Press Bureau, and the House Committee Chair on Information and Broadcasting, Representative Emmanuel Dan. In fact, calls were made to the Speaker by Representative Dan, where it seems to be the Speaker was in a tight situation, that he could not respond to Representative Dan. My understanding is that there will be a meeting tomorrow with the Speaker, hopefully, either before or after.
What are you asking the Speaker to do? What can satisfy you now and your department, your office?
Well, first is to recount the threat, is to also issue a public apology, and to state very clearly that he commits, or his office, or the House of Representatives is committed to guaranteeing press freedom within the country. Because we spoke with one representative. I'm sorry, because some of these conversations were in the private, in terms of not officially releasing some of the things they said. And some of them, they still have the mindset that they can restrict the right of the press to access information. And this is ridiculous. I mean, like I told some of them, in fact, they want to, restrict journalists from entering the chamber of the House of Representatives, except when their agenda is adopted. I mean, standard legislative practice, like Representative Gray will tell you, also cover the legislature. Whenever that door is open for session, whether the minutes or the agenda of the House is read, the press people will have to be there, except in cases where the House calls for an executive session that we refer to as secret session. There where the press is not there. And I mean,
so let me bring you Great, and again, I really say thanks for coming, because we're trying to spend 10 or 15 minutes with you. But I think it's very, very important that you came today. Are you okay? Your guys at the Capitol building, are they okay? We are not only talking about Speaker Richard Cunye. We are seeing the abuse on journalists, across the country. The insult on journalists across the country. I don't want to call names because we have dealt with some of them, right? How can you, are you freely working with this government? Is this government on your side? Before I bring in Gray, is this government on your side? Are you okay with the working environment?
Well, we've spoken of some of the challenges press freedom in the country, and we want the government to be on the side of the press, on the side of journalism, because it is through journalism that society is held accountable, and it is through journalism that society is informed for informed decision making. We will not say that the government as a whole 100% is on the side of the press. In words, yes, but in actions, no. So, I mean, like we stated on our anniversary, I think one of the deputy information ministers said we have to be careful how we speak, even to tell the press.
Yeah, but that's the information minister with Daniel Sano. Did you? That's why I'm coming. Did you reach out? Did you reach out to him? Have he since apologized?
Well, I mean, we are not yet to be seeking apology from them, but to make our position very known that what they are doing is anti-democratic, is free speech, anti-press. Because as Staton, like you rightly stated, Liberia has made some significant progress with respect to the maintenance and adherence, to the principles of respecting civil liberty and political rights. But despite some of these gains, in terms of, for instance, the passage of the Kamara Abdullah Act of Press Freedom that decriminalizes anti-free speech offenses. The ascension of Liberia to the Table Mountain Declaration. I mean, those are gains that have been made, but on the ground or in the field, yet the rights of journalists are being violated by state actors. In fact, in the judiciary also, like we said, we've been speaking. Even, you follow the recent case with the information minister, our good friend, and Gerald Limbick, Pia, and we have to constitute an independent panel that came up with a report that the minister, from our understanding, acknowledged. He's yet to speak to the findings of the report, but the report was balanced and very impartial. So these are practices that are undemocratic, and it seems to be that there is a growing pattern now within our public sector, especially with people with power to violate press freedom within the country, and they think they can go in the scot-free. So as a union, we will have to speak publicly on the matter, raise both local, national, and international concerns.
Do you report these things to your international partners? Do you report these things on the international organization that serve as watchdog for press freedom? Do you report some of these things?
We do take an autonomous position, independent, because we are the legitimate body for journalism media in Liberia. And then those international partners can conduct further investigations and they can take a position. But they are aware of every statement that the press union issues.
Thank you. Great. You're going to go last on this. If you do have a question, Karis, then we'll rest with Judas. Listen, Judas, let me say this to you. You can come anytime. You got Diamond number. You don't have to wait for me. I see all your messages. I laugh sometimes when I see them. It's in our chat room. You're doing extremely well. I'm proud of you. And whatever we can do to collaborate and work together, I will appreciate. But thank you very much. You got Diamond number. Reach out to us. Come in the studio. If you have any pressing things, let's fight this, because that's my passion. This is my passion. And I think working along with you and the entire team to make Liberia better is what we're asking for. Let's allow our Karis Gray, the former representative, to speak up on this. Great.
Judas, how are you?
Yeah, good. Nice to see you again.
You took your brother away, but anyway, again, congratulations as president. I mean, it's not a strange thing. Like you rightfully said, once the door of the legislature, the session is open, journalists and people who come to watch the sessions are ushered in. In fact, that's the first group who've been ushered in, then lawmakers consistently come in and out. So the journalists will definitely interact. I mean, it's open. It was not an executive session where they asked people to leave and then they call for an executive session. But what I'm interested in is that you are demanding an apology, or the speaker should retract the statement made. My question is that in case the speaker doesn't retract the statement or grant an apology, what will be the next step of the PUL? Did you get me?
Yes, I got you. I mean, when the speaker does not retract or issue an apology, it will demonstrate to the public that the speaker means what he said, and the president will escalate the matter to another level. We cannot definitely state the level, but we have different stages and different processes that we can be able to initiate to ensure that the right of the press to access the chamber of the legislature and not to be intimidated by anyone is respected. That I mean, we've had instances in the past, and we took several different actions against members of the legislature, members of the executive, and members of the judiciary, or even ordinary people within the public. From our understanding, the speaker is willing to dialogue. Members of the legislative press pool, they are also willing to have conversations around the topics so that their rights should be respected. But we don't want to reach to a point where journalists who are covering the House of Representatives, they do withdraw from the coverage of the body. That would be very consequential and detrimental to the public's right to information in terms of the day-to-day information from the legislature. But also, I know, to the leadership of the House and to the membership of the House. So we hope colleagues of the Speaker, colleagues who are within the legislature and who believe in press freedom who speak with the Speaker to ensure that he does the right thing, so that the journalists can report from a safe environment, because we don't want this form of hostility towards journalists. I heard one thing from some of our interactions with some of the actors that it will reduce, what the journalists are doing who do public trust. In fact, it was a private session where people were having private conversations. Well, there is nothing private at the level of the chambers of the legislature, the both chambers. Nothing there is private except when there is an executive session to which, like you said, and the journalists are restricted. But anything that is said over there, I mean, will have to be reported by the journalists. In fact, some journalists can have access to quality information that is of public interest from some of these in the conversations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, Julius. Thank you. You make your case. Folks heard you. We want to say we do appreciate you. This is a big one. We want to say thank you very much for coming. Again, you're always welcome to come. Like I said, we're going to stop here. We're going to follow you. Definitely, we want to know whether the speaker will apologize and take back and swallow back that which he vomited. Again, he have to. He's not going to be speaker forever. 2029 will be removed. Now, I know you got nothing to do with that, but I do. We'll do everything we can by God's grace to remove him as representative and as speaker. We will remove him. I mean, this is the form of government that Chris Smith will call kleptocratic. And you can find that word in the dictionary. It's there in the 5th edition of the lexicon, part of the middle part in the back. Find it, it's there. But I want to say, my brother and friend Julius, it's always good having you, man. Come back again. Let's have fun. Thank you for joining us tonight, sir.
Our pleasure, and thanks again for the opportunity, and thanks to all of your panelists. I saw some have interest in asking, but because
of time, we get our next guest in the back. She's coming on, so but we do appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Oh, thanks.
Yes, sir. That's Julius Kanuba from the Press Union of Liberia, a great man, a great work he's done. I want to appreciate him. Kev, I want to welcome you to the show. Councillor Kanuba Bara, we missed you yesterday. I want to welcome you. It's good to see you. JJC, Jefferson Chessin, it's always good having you on Spoon. Vendetta Patrick, the youngest CEO, I don't know, every day he's young. When will he turn 50? Nobody knows. But I want to say it's good for us to see you. Yet tonight, Tamba Aguilas, the flag behind you. Try to put a Foya flag behind you too. That would be better. We want to say thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, something strange happened today. I want to say to all of you, Jacob Jala John. Jacob Jala John. Can you imagine that Jacob Jala John and CMC? I'll be so glad talking about it. Let's make progress. I'm going to bring in Angie Mama. Angie Mama been waiting so long. Angie Mama, how you doing today? Angie Mama, I don't expect you to be here. I expect you to be on the other side, but because Dr. Richardson coming, you're coming. So you're a friend of us that Dr. Richardson got to bring you on. You got to unmute yourself, Angie Mama.
Hi to everybody.
How you doing, Mama? How are you today?
I'm fine. It's great to be here on Spoon platform tonight. I'm grateful. I came to make some clarifications on what
I want to welcome you. We'll get to it. We got a lot happening today. I want to welcome Dr. Francine Chinua Richardson. Again, I want to welcome the entire team. We're so blessed to be here. Just for the record, we have the Cloud We Have Foundation through BMC, where they got the money from. Asset recovery, send the document out. We'll be discussing that. We're going to be discussing McGill because Jeremy Pierre responded to McGill today. When McGill called for an election, McGill will be calling on the show. We're also going to bring in, like I said, Edwin Mervyn Snow. Yesterday, he was in Guinea-Bissau. The hotel he was in, the hotel. We have our reporter in Guinea-Bissau today. They was just on the street few minutes ago. They will be speaking to us live, and we will be telling you exactly. But Edwin Snow will be on the show. A coup d'etat in Guinea. There's a big one, folks. What is happening in the region? But it's good to have the counselor here. It's good to have Jefferson. It's good to have everybody. Let's make progress. Let's discuss the issue. Angie Mama seemed to have a technical issue till she can get back. I want to say Jacob Jala. Jacob Jala, May 12, 2025. The man was celebrating CDC. What in Musa hand? Can somebody look at Musa? What in Musa hand? That Musa just grabbing everybody. That's going to be a big one. I'm going to call Jacob Jala tonight, and I hope we can talk to him. But Dr. Richardson, let's hear you. How are you? How are you doing today? Before we get to Auntie Mama and give us about 50 minutes to tell us exactly what's going on with that property issue between she and Nathaniel McGill. Dr. Richardson, you're muted. All right. So Auntie Mama, talk to us real quick. Bring us up to speed. Senator McGill came on. He said, listen, Auntie Mama is my sister. You follow the show. What say you? What's going on with the property? You guys were in court. Are you good now, that relationship? You want to
Yes,
say
I
something?
am. No, let Njamama go ahead. I will talk when I.
Okay, go ahead, Madam Njamama Wolokori, the sister to Nathaniel Fallow McGill, the supporter to George Manawia, served as former Deputy Commerce Minister. She loved her George Manawia, that her own friend, and want to say we're good to have you here tonight. Talk to us. You are muted, we're not hearing you. You gotta unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you are good.
You know what I like about you, Stanton? And sometimes I miss you a whole lot for,
Yeah.
you know, for the way sometimes you can put things, it makes me laugh. What you have to say right now is that I'm a supporter of Joseph Newman Boakai. I turned over my whole resigned from CDC. I was a member, and now I am a supporter of the president. So I cannot be two places. I don't play games, but anyway, just
so you cannot be like Kanye. You will now be like Kanye, right?
I didn't say so. I say I don't play games.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to clarify certain issues. The Millennium Estate. Mr. Mohammed, what do you call this? Abdullah Mohammed actually was introduced to Nathaniel McGill by me. I met Mr. Mohammed at a restaurant, and he said that he wanted to get into real estate business. And so I said there was a need for what people to have, you know, low-cost housing. And so I took him over to the Minister of State. And then he started a business. But what I came to clarify actually is that he said that Mohammed is Jemamon's friend. They got a friendship. I don't know what he meant by that. Mohammed is a friend. Mohammed is a friend to McGill and I. And for a while, I've not seen Mohammed. I bought a piece of property from Mohammed. He said I should pay him $20,000 cash down. And then within 1 month's time, he was going to give me the house. He did not do that. After I paid the money, I ran behind Mohammed for 3 years. Today, this morning, when I woke up, I think you saw all the messages between Mohammed and I. I took $25,000 from him after I paid the $20,000 as part of my payment also. Because I told him I was going to be paying $25,000 every year, and he agreed. The first $20,000 he accepted. The second $25,000 he told me that I should hold on to the money before he used the money. Please hold the money for me. Since then, I have been writing Mohammed. I have been chasing at his office, going to his house on 17th Street, which is located on 17th and Pine Avenue. I went on several occasions. He took one signboard, big signboard. It says Moroccan, I think Moroccan embassy or something like that. 16th Street property. I went there. I can't find him for 3 years. Stanton, I have been chasing him. I can't find Mohammed up to present. I've written Mohammed no way. He does not answer telephone. He does not return your messages. So on my birthday of this year, September 17, I said, oh, let me just go. Send everybody asking Mohammed for the property. I don't know what's going on there. Let me go there. And so when I went at the office, I met a gentleman who works for Mohammed. And he said to me, I said to him, I came to get my house. And then he said, oh, our chief says, anyone who has paid some money on the property, we should give them the keys. The gentleman took himself, went to the office, into the office, opened it, and then brought a whole bunch of keys for me. Went to my house. He opened the door. He wanted me to open the door. I said, no, you got the keys. Open the doors, then we enter. And so he opened the doors and I entered. We went to the house and everything. The whole yard was into bush. The bushes were all around the yard. I said, can I have my keys now? He said, yeah, sure. He gave me the keys, which I still have in my possession. I have moved there. I have cut the grass. I have done everything. I have to put in POP. I have to put in electrical works, water, camos, you just name it, everything that will bring the house up to date. I've spent so much money. And I don't see why Brother McGill will come and sit on the TV and say,
You guys were in court. Real quick, Andrew, Mama, you guys were in court. Give us the update from the court.
In court. They took me to court after they gave me the keys. They said the guy was very stupid why he gave me the keys. And the man just went by instructions. So when he gave me the keys, the other guy who works for McGill, who is Natalia McGill, my brother now, Natalia McGill, private security to him. They call him one Amara Fofana. He is a private security to McGill. He guys McGill. So how can you come and say he doesn't know anything? I'm trying to drag him into it. No, I'm not trying to drag him, but because he's my brother and he's a very close friend to Abdullah Mohammed, he still is a very close friend to Abdullah Mohammed. I decided that since he's my brother, let me complain to him. And every step of the way, I've complained to McGill. McGill knows the whole story. So I'm surprised to come and say he doesn't know.
I think McGill is listening. McGill is listening to you. Where I wanted us to, where I wanted us to agree on here is the fact that you need to understand you already have the property, and you're saying the court have dismissed your case. Did they dismiss it though?
Yes, they took me to court, and they stopped going to court every day. I would go there, and the judge warned him. The judge told him that after 30 days, if you don't come here, I'm going to dismiss the case. And I've been going there over and over. They won't go. I begged for assignment. I will call every day. They won't go. So the judge dismissed the case in my favor.
Do you have the dismissal letter? Do you have the document?
They're working on the document, but it dismissed it last week, Tuesday. So they're working on the document.
So you got your property?
Yes, I'm in my property.
And the judge dismissed the case
on the property. And I didn't like when my brother said that your mama loved court. Nobody in Liberia can say your mama ever took them to court. Even people who were in my property here and still owe me $13,000. They are all seditions. I never took any one of them to court.
You don't call the names? We gotta go. You don't call the names?
Oh no, I won't call the names because I call all of them my nephews and stuff that I won't do that to them. But what I'm saying is that you should not say Chimamo.
I can't get over you.
That is not true. And my brother McGill were part of the people taking me to court. I will say that. And I told you before, he joined with Mohammed to take me to court when he knows very well that the man took my money. And he knows very well that the man is in hiding. Only McGill knows why the man is hiding because it's McGill's best friend. Nobody can see 90 persons located in the United States of America. All those people, McGill, Abdullah Mohammed took the money. 90 persons and Stanton, and he have not refunded those people money. The people cannot get their houses, and he have sold those houses maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 times.
The man is on the run. Somebody just called me and said he would never appear in court. He's on the run.
Yes, and what do you people expect for the people in the diaspora to do and the people on the grounds? We need help.
You should be the champion for them now because you just won this case against of the judge dismissing. You got your property for. We have Emmanuel George on the show. He asked for your number. His wife is crying. They stole her money the same way.
Yeah, I'm fighting for everybody because it's totally wrong for Liberians. The president said Liberians should come home and help to build Liberia. And these Liberians in the diaspora have worked so hard like us for their money. And I don't think it's fair the government should do something because I don't think the government in court should do something because I don't think it's fair to them and to us. For us to
Mama, thank you very much. We got to move on. It's good. Thank you. We got to go. We got to go. We got plenty to talk about.
It's the statement, not question. Statement.
I like to say the people in the diaspora, on behalf of myself, I think the government should come in and see what they can do for its citizens because we are being duped. People have been duped of the hard-earned 401k, the hard-earned money in America and here. And the man, this Ghanaian man, is feeling, Abdullah Mohammed is feeling that nobody can do nothing to him. I took the kids to the police station. Up to now, they threatened my life. And Brother Miguel's security, Amara Fofana said you are going to kill me. And he was directly for my brother. And he has not done anything about it. And he said, I'm trying to drag him in. And I told him that anything happens to me, the law in the world will ask Nathaniel McGill. Because it's the security that guarding him right now is the one that they made a threat to me. I took it to the police station to 102. They call him what Prince. What the man name? I forgot him 102 name.
Is that
I took it there, in Liberia, yeah. And up to now, I have not gotten one word from the police. Somebody told me that he's very close to Gregory Coleman. I don't know how true is.
Okay, so what going on? We want to say thank God that you have your property. Thank God the court have dismissed. All right, and we'll wait for those documents. We'll bring you back on. We'll look for this guy. And, you know, everybody looking for him. But thank God, man. But thank God that you're doing that which you can to help other Liberians. We appreciate you coming on tonight, Madam Angie Mama. Former President George Banners, we are dear sister and friend, and we want to say thank you for coming.
Brother and friend, but right now with Joseph Human Baka government and with Unity Party.
So how's the bill?
On December, I will be outside with my green hat. I will be outside.
You are right. December 17th. That they will get outside. You say you'll be outside. Oh, I think you said December 17th.
Thank you, Mama. It looks like you can do today.
Thank you very much, Kev. Let them make progress.
I ain't going to talk to you, Kev. So just be quiet because you my brother. I want to know you, please. I beg you.
Auntie Mama, thank you for coming on. We appreciate you.
Thank you to everybody. I appreciate every one of you people. And I'm going to class reloaded. My Sony cannot work. Somebody borrowed me the computer, and that's what I'm using right now. But as soon as I purchase my computer, then I'll be able to go on class reloaded. I'm there for the time. I'm a sympathizer, and I'm into it to my heart. But you know I love you, and I love Uncle Joe.
You're rude. Thank you. Bye, Auntie Mama. Thank you very much. Again, there will be nowhere in which I can carry Auntie Mama. She's our aunt. You know, whenever I eat my pancake on Akaras, and ever eating my pancake and the other thing, we're using the Auntie Mama syrup. Kind of great. I mean, Akaras, you remember that thing is in a little brown bottle, you just put it in. And that's one I think when I heard Jemima, she came to my office and I said, I will call you Auntie Mama. She's the best. I love her.
Tom, I didn't see you on TV.
No, I didn't eat syrup, because I didn't grow up in Morovia. Great, come on.
I can eat grasshopper. But I want to say,
breakfast.
I want to say, we want to welcome each and every one of you. It's always good having you. Something seriously happening. We're going to be speaking to Miguel. He's coming on because Jeremy Pierre responded to Miguel saying that the government should have an election today. We're going to be speaking to Edwin Melvin Snow. He was in Guinea-Bissau when this thing, he left actually. I don't know whether he was tipped off, but thank God that he left. And the military coup took place in Guinea-Bissau. This is huge. I also want to say, we're talking about the Cloud We Are. The Cloud We Are Foundation is what is happening. It's very interesting for you to know. But among them all, we can do this in person. What's going on with us? My friend and brother Jacob Jala. Great. What's going on? Great. Let's just put this in the back. Great. What's going on here? What's going on with JJ?
My man, stand away, brother. That is the man right to associate and disassociate, man. Stand up. I beg you. I know you play that old video there. Please. Let's talk about that. I respect his decision. I mean,
yeah, but you're talking about May 12th, right? Let's get into it. Can you saying great playing the clip here? Great saying he doesn't want to talk about it.
Almost supposed to talk about that.
I agree, but you got okay. I will come to the former the next CEO in line, Vendetta Patrick and Strong Moderator coming up. That kind of Kyle, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, 6 months. Just in 6 months, the men have gone through 3 political parties. What's going on? But before you say something, this is when the man agreed to support George Barnaware and CDC. This is when the man put his all into it. Listen to the clip.
Absolutely later to be on these historic grounds of the mighty Congress for Democratic Change. I feel a deep sense of nostalgia back on these grounds. On these great grounds, men and women, sons and daughters of the land, put together a great historical movement for national transformation. It is a pity that I've arrived here rather lately. But I think I made the journey on shore at the most deceptive time in history. So again, I'm happy. I love the energy here. And I'm happy to see the reception. But I have a few words to deliver here to the nation. On these campuses of the mighty Congress of Democratic Change. Ladies and gentlemen of the press. Political leader of the mighty Congress of Democratic Change, George Barnaware. The chairperson of this great party, Mr. John Akpo, Secretary General Jefferson Tamakoji, astute members of the Executive Committee of the Congress of Democratic Change, partisans and all. The Congress of Democratic Change is an enduring symbol of peace, political inclusion, and broad participation of the marginalized and the vulnerable.
Great. You sure you don't want to talk something on the one? Of the marginalized and vulnerable.
Boss man, one of us will right to transition. For me, I don't want to say anything.
Because what happened here is that the man saying that's it. But let me play all the video, yeah? And then we can really talk about this. Jefferson, because something strange happening. The man saying, listen to the second part of this video.
It is clear to me and also clear to many on this sacrosanct soil on which I stand to deliver these messages today can be found the seed necessary and required for the germination of a new renaissance and the new birth of the new republic, impregnated with new transcendent possibilities. This party, the mighty Congress for Democratic Change, has a new Magna Carta based on inclusion, not exclusion, on unity, not separation, on truth, not lies, not on falsehood, not on innuendos, but on the collective mobilization of the energy of the Liberian masses for radical transformation of the society. For the transformation of the living standard of our people, a new Magna Carta, this great movement, of this great party, the Congress for Democratic Change, for the transcendence and annihilation of the psychological insecurities, a tendency which have bedeviled the Republic for decades. A classic example of which has been witnessed lately, involving a very ugly impasse at the legislature, leading to the undermining of the rule of law, a doctrine.
Again, he making the case, Kyle. This guy, he was on fire. This is just our opening, folks. Share the show. Let's have fun. Jacob Jara, there was no S. Magna Carta, the only party remain now to redeem the Liberian people. Then what happened? So, CDC is not a party no more? Then what happened? I will play the last video. I know you guys really want to speak to this. Greg, you will not escape this one because that's your friend and your brother. But listen to the guys using words. So, and when sedition come together and say South, it means like in the Bible they say amen. From the Quran they say amen. From CDC they say South. But listen, God made promises. Listen, Thomas.
The CDC, the mighty Congress for Democratic Change, has now assumed the most courageous task of working with all Liberians, irrespective of suasions, to press forward for true and lasting, genuine transformation of the common patrimony, guided by the memories of the past and emboldened by infinite possibilities alive in potential for this beautiful country.
Kyle, what happened?
If I may, CEO, you know, it's a lot. It's a lot, and I'm still somewhat struggling to grasp it, because you know, just a few months ago, when I came to the conclusion that I would support President Boakai, I remember Jacob was one of those. You know, Jacob is humorous, and I always like talking to him. He's a very sharp guy, very philosophical at times, and he knows how to throw those little jabs in a funny way, but he will get his point across. And you know he's throwing jabs, but it'll be funny. So he was one of those who, you know, kept throwing all these little jabs at me. And I take it in good faith, because that's part of the process, you know. And then after that, I saw him go and join the CDC, because I remember at the time when there was an auxiliary of the party during the elections that we called the We Are Intellectual Movement. It was Jacob, Isaac Doe, myself, Boakai Fofana, and others who were the front runners of that organization. And there was a point when I remember we had a conversation, and I asked Jacob, I said, but given where you are, why aren't you joining the party? And Jacob was very categorical that he would not join the CDC, and he was not a seditious. So can you imagine now, Stanton, after the elections, right? He didn't join when the CDC was in power going to elections. He preferred to be in an auxiliary and support, and he was known to support the president, President We Are then. After the elections, then he joined the party. And I was like, I don't know what's happening, but right, this guy is apparently following his convictions. And then fast forward to, you know, today, I saw it coming through, because I met Musa and Marvin Cole a few days ago. It's just that I'm not the kind of guy to be breaking news and trying to embarrass other folks, right, with prior information. But I saw Marvin Cole and Musa. In fact, it was around the same time that Jeff and I were together. And Jeff knew this. They said, look, Jacob is joining us. And I couldn't believe it. I mean, it was so incredible that Jacob, in a few months, you now join CDC and you go into Unity Party. But what I can say is this: if it is based on conviction, if Jacob really feels that where he is going and what Musa is presenting, and I don't mean what they say he has, you know, the web pickup and all of that, I mean in terms of his vision for the country, if Jacob really believes that it is good for the country, I think he should go. And I think he should live out his aspirations. Like the way I now am 100% supporting President Boakai. I'm not leaving any issue as to where I stand. He's taking his position. Don't be like Jeff. Contest on United Party ticket and you say the both force you. Then you come back again, you tell the boss say you want consultancy, and they won't give it why you talking. Be clear. You know, take a position. Be clear. Take a position and hold to your line. So if Jacob is moving, you know, that my own brother Jeff, I can do a year that I want you. If Jacob is moving because of his conviction, I don't know what has made him disappointed so soon with the CDC. I can't claim to know. Then let him go, CEO. But I'm sure there will be stranger things happening over the next 1 year or so. So don't be surprised. Some of the things will happen. But as he always say, the ball lost ya. Popo Rio, let ball play.
Yeah, so my thing is, like, let me bring in Patrick, VP. We can laugh and joke, right? But this is Jacob Jada we are talking about. Jacob Jada, I mean, Gray would say, I don't want to talk because that Gray became a great man. But Jacob Jada, imagine, he just joined Unity Party. I mean, see, He's just joined CDC, May 12th. I marked the date on my calendar. I put it in my secret part. I did. Jacob came on the show. He said CDC would win. What happened now to Jacob? You called him Jacob 4, he started answering now. I mean, what's going on now? I mean, Vanessa Patrick, when you leave, LPP, when you leave Taiwan Gonglo too, are you looking for that magic phone call from Musa Benete? I mean, what's going on with you guys? VP, what happened with Jacob?
So let me categorically state that any day Councillor Taiwan Gonglo decides to run as president of this country, I will be with him. My loyalty is with him 100%. This is unarguable. A man who, in the face of political, disrespect, when I was at the peak of my activism, he placed his legal profession on the line to defend my rights, protect my rights, and ensure I got freedom. Even if my parents were running to be president and Taiwan Gonglo is in a race, I will vote for him. That is undisputed. I would never. Can I disagree with him? Yes, I will do that. I can disagree with him. We have had numerous occasions we disagree. Sometimes he sees my writing, he says, my man, this one is not right. We debate, of course. Sometimes, yeah, I realize that I'm in the wrong. But I want to be a little bit controversial here. Jacob Jalla has a right to freedom of association under the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia. He joined the CDC willingly, and he demonstrated some level of commitment to serving the CDC. Today, he's on the other side. What prompted him to leave the CDC? But this is not the first time. I remember when the UP was in power, he associated with the Unity Party. He executed some of their policies, supported them, both in speech and in writing, and supported the government. When UP was defeated, he joined the CDC. And now CDC is out of power. He has gone to an opposition. I like to call on Mr. Ability to be careful. I know you're looking for people. You know, as an official of government, when you are appointed, you always see the photos of your predecessors on the wall. Don't be surprised that one of these days, maybe Musa Ability photo will also be on the wall. But look, this is not a good sign for a new breed of generational leaders wanting to take state power in this country. What legacy are we leaving behind? You can still remain with the CDC, the Canyon, and disagree. There's nothing wrong about that. But I see this as a form of political mercenary. Where it's sold. It's despicable. And in fact, if I was a political leader, I look at these kinds of events. When this party is not in power, you leave from there. The other one is not in power. The first thing I'll begin to ask myself, what do I have that this man did not come to me? 2017, Musa Belete was chairman of the Liberty Party or CPP. He did not go to Musa Belete.
Thank you.
He went to CDC because CDC was in power.
Thank you very much.
What's happening?
Yeah, we need to know what's happening. Let me bring in Kev. What do you think happening here? Thank you, VP. Kev, what's going on here? What's cooking?
You see, and I will say hi to everybody, but let me say this. It's sometime in Liberia, I don't know how people see politics. In 2017, in 2018 to 19, right? When the opposition then were moving left and right, so, people move from other party, go to other party. And we were sitting down, some people, we have to go back in history, we were sitting down and say, oh, they ain't disarray. They're moving from one point to another. We were laughing. Kanyo and I, we were sitting down watching them and say they're moving from one place. I knew they were building strength. They were building alliances. They were being strong. They were having one voice. So for Jacob to go to another opposition party, not leaving the opposition, it become a story. If I was in the government, I would say the opposition is something playing here. Are they being strong? Are they having the same idea? Because one of the danger you need to worry about is for the opposition to have one idea, one goal, and they share same ideology among themselves, same people. We saw it in 2018. We saw it in 2019. The opposition then, the Liberty Party were moving. They were moving to each other, and we were laughing. We say at the time, oh, the people this. Now knew they were building strength, and that force that they were building, that united force, what happened to us?
Thank you. I want to say thank you.
Yes, the opposition. You see the point.
Thank you very much.
Having the same idea. There you
Kev,
know.
thank you very much. Tama, you know how well Kev's doing this thing just not to be disgraced. You know that. You know exactly what Kev's doing, because what is happening here is that, and Jacob is not a bad dude anyway. I respect Jacob. He have appeared on this show, right? But I mean, in 6 months, Tama, in 6 months.
Yeah, absolutely, CEO, and good evening all. I know Jacob personally. I have met with him. We've sat down, you know, we've shared a beer or two. But for me, when you join a party in May and you make so much noise about it, and the CDC was celebrating that now they have welcomed Jacob Jara home, and they sang battle cries and they read brilliant speeches. Why it is this right to associate, to change, you know, a parties at any time? But when someone like Jacob flip-flop within less than 6 months, it gave politics a bad name. It reinforces, you know, the stigma that politicians can be trusted, that politicians are liars, that politicians are wishy-washy. What message is Jacob sending to the young generation coming after us, that are looking at us, that are listening to us, that are following and hoping to follow in our footsteps? What message is that? First of all, I don't believe in party loyalty. I believe in party discipline. If you're a member of a group, of an association, you have to have some level of discipline. I always say your loyalty should be to country first. Words are meant to be spoken, can you? But they must be spoken with conviction. I mean, listen to those speeches. What does Jacob believe in? Nothing? Nada? CMC, on the other hand, CEO, Musa Belite is a $30 million man in Liberia. It's well documented. He's boasts about his millions and his wealth. People are hungry, and they are looking for a political home that they can call home and be able to feed themselves and find a resource, you know, while bridging the gap to 2029. I wouldn't be surprised before 2029 if Jacob Jara switches sides again and maybe he joins the ruling party, or maybe he's offered something to, you know, as an olive branch. So look, as much as we respect Jacob, we love Jacob, but it gave politics a bad name in Liberia. And CDC.
Thank you very much. There's nothing to say that they offer him something. But Karis, I'll start with you. I'm going to end with you. Then we'll go to the Claudia story. Karis, though, what do you think? This switch, this different kind of cross-falling, Karis. What's going on?
I don't want to be specific on Jacob stand on, and I'll be very clear with this. First, I'm one of those who don't believe in the cross-pollination of parties. Yeah, Tama said just one important thing: party discipline. For me, is very essential. You know, and when you make decisions to be with an organization, to give that organization, the argument should be very compelling. It should be marketable. You know, I'm not talking to Jacob. I'm just saying to you that even in the legislature, for example, I think that we have loose laws in our country. Somebody go to the legislature today from the opposition party party election. They joined the ruling party. They did it to the CDC. They did it to the Unity Party when they were there for 12 years. They did it in the CDC when we were there for 6 years. Where almost the entire Southeastern Unity Party caucus turned over to us, including your cousin, the senator for San County. Okay, he was a member of the Unity Party, an executive committee member who joined the CDC. And Matthew Zaza, all of them from Unity Party, the late Nagbe law, you know. So we don't have strong laws. Like in Ghana, if you go into the parliament and you left your political institution, automatically you have forfeited your seat. But people struck very important point. What does this say about the generation? About the perception now is that when you just jump to the ruling party or to another party somehow, people think you're better or your better is in a wheelbarrow. It doesn't show integrity. And truly speaking, the country is tough. I mean, where some people see money, that's where they will go. Where some people see the survival, that's where they will go. So for me, it's not strange. But then, like Fanda rightfully said, which is very right, it will migrate from institution to institution because of their survival theory. Then you should be careful with such group of people. Okay, but for instance, of our brother, I wish he could come on the show. He can best say why he left the CDC or why he sees Mr. Musa Benedict as an alternative. Okay. And sometimes you see me, I'm very careful. The way sometimes we criticize some people to go and join the kind of people, me, I ain't what other embarrassment. I'm lying to you. Yeah, you criticize, and the government offer a Carol's great job. Then I join and take the job. I ain't what other thing in my life. Yeah, I'm ready anyway. So, like Tamara fully said, right, commitment to party is very important. And such people should not be compensated. Because at the end of the day, now you see a lot of people will jump behind the ruling party. When they defeat them in 2029, you see them running to another party. Okay? And this is not strange in the Liberian political culture, which for me is not good. Political consistency is very important. If you're in an institution, you see the wrong. Who told you that the CDC is all merry-making? Imagine 20 years in the CDC. I mean, do you know how many fighting internally? So one of the greatest warfare to fight is a guerrilla warfare, that is internal battles. Because sometimes you don't even know the enemies internally as a guerrilla. When the conventional army fighting the guerrilla, as internal party politics is. Okay, so when you can survive in internal party politics struggle, you can survive the national level and the external level. You can internally disagree with your party. Okay, but I believe what does some of these migration, or what does a migration such is about a generation, this generation? How can we be trusted? It's an example. Other people will say, oh, Akara did it, man. Akara used to stay politically consistent at the Northern Star. But my person goes to do it.
Yeah, so great, man. Let me say this to you, right? Jacob can join any party, right? And I think I agree with everybody. But why now? I want to ask Jacob Jada why he left CDC. Why did he join CDC at first? Kyle? The Liberian people, he owed it to the Liberian people to explain to them. Don't tell me about the Constitution that everybody know that Nyama Nyama, that the man right to freedom to move up and down and jump kakalika. We know that. And that's why the Constitution say. But didn't he know at first that CDC had problem? Maybe. May he joined CDC and now he going to CMC? What informed his decision? Is he telling us that CDC ain't going anywhere? Can you? Is he telling us that that's it for CDC Stephanie? I mean, CDC ain't got money to transfer people this time around? Just go to my man. But my Liberian people, you hear me out on this. And I'm not be frank, right? We got a big story to talk about tonight. What informed Jacob's decision? Look at Uncle Sam. Joella, he calls him. He supported Joella. Now Musa is not a bad guy. But to see someone like Jacob I mean, I would be surprised. Maybe Samuel Twe will go join CMC. Because Jacob is not far from Samuel Twe, can you? When you see Samuel Twe, when you see Jacob, the guys are 6 and 7. Shete, you know what? I mean, did Samuel Twe know that Jacob was going to join CMC? Did he just surprise the CDC people? They can't want to give us part of the story that they see opposition. Let's see opposition, you're going to get married now. Let's see. You're talking about opposition, you know, let's see it. If I see opposition, you're telling that Musa supporting Jawia, right, Kayo? Then I see opposition. But I don't think Musa would do that. My fellow Liberians, I mean, how can you believe? No, let me leave my man Jacob alone. I shouldn't do it to him.
No, CEO, if I may jump in there very quickly. You know, you said something just now, and it was, for me, it's a point of reflection, because I also know Jacob to some extent, and I don't know Jacob to be the sort of person, at least, I mean, he's moved parties, yes, like a lot of other people, you know, who's been in the political space, but I don't know him to be somebody who is solely preoccupied by financial gain. So what then is left for me to wonder, and I can only wonder, will be, if you look at when Jacob joined, it should give you a point of reflection. He didn't join when Samuel Twe was Minister of Finance. He didn't join when the CDC was still the ruling party and it was fashionable to join the CDC. He joined after the elections, when the CDC lost, and his benefactor, Samuel Twe, was no longer finance minister. For me, that's conviction. So if there is conviction to join in the aftermath of a major loss, what would have prompted him to leave now? Something may have prompted him to leave. Something said to Jacob that, look, I may not function or exist properly in this ecosystem. Now, see, you right there. No, wait. But I think something made Jacob.
Let me interrupt you. Let me interrupt you. Jacob, that one man. Wait. Jefferson, wait. Jacob, that one man. We shouldn't go too far. Let's call Jacob and see you will answer. Let's see if Jacob answer. Everybody call Jacob. Let's see who will answer. Let everybody pick up the phone and call Jacob. Let's see if you answer.
But the man responding in boxing ring, but not answering.
The ball buzzed. The ball buzzed. I'm not gonna answer.
Can't wait. Answer. My brother Jacob, how you doing? Yes. Jacob, I mean, you know what I mean, Stanton, my man. How you doing?
I already know.
My man, okay, you want me to take from my radio? I can't say I'm gonna call you.
What do you want to see me?
God, Jacob, we got your picture up. You May 12, 2025, you joined CDC. Today, you have announced that you are joining the CMC. Bring us up to speed. What happened?
No, I mean, first of all, yes, of course, I voluntarily moved to the CDC. Of course, definitely, you know that, and then we discuss the detail and the integrity of that. But yeah, it's been several months since that happened. But I have a fundamental change of mind, which means that I think what Mr. Ability is doing at the CMC, his new program for change, offers something, you know, radically, fundamentally dynamic. And I think at this point in time, I'm happy to be part of that program for transformation and change. And the second point I would like to make is that I am a professional. You know, I have expertise, I have education, I have technical abilities, and those technical abilities, I want to put it to the disposal of my country. And of course, I have no criticism for the CDC. The CDC is a great revolutionary movement is a movement of the people. I have absolute respect for that. My style is not to come and double down the CDC. That's not how I play ball. But my talent was made available voluntarily to the CDC, and I think I'm not convinced that the CDC sufficiently utilized my expertise, my skill, my experience. I don't think they put it to work. I offer it voluntarily. I don't think I was fully utilized, because I want to be able to take the political debate, to take the policy debate to the United Party. I think they have miserably faltered and failed on many policy areas, and I want to be able to put them on intellectual trial. And I thought the CDC will utilize my talent within the belly of the institution to help me do that within the framework of a political party. But I think Mr. Ability recognized my talent as a great leader, business leader, I think. And he's looking forward to put my skills and my talent to the disposal of the movement. And I think I will be committing my energy, my strength, my education, my knowledge in the policy theater to be able to accentuate the CMC values. And I think I'm excited. I'm beaming with energy. I'm bouncing right now. And I think the CMC offers great opportunity for progress. We will be joining Mr. Ability's team. And I can assure you that we have run the policy debate, and we will offer a new plan, a new agenda for the transformation of our country. And I think the United Party has been in power now. If they complete this term for 18 years, the party has fundamentally, radically, significantly failed in many areas. And we will be on the radio and be working for the next 2-3 years to expose those weaknesses openly in the public debate. And then, of course, offering Mr. Ability and the CMC as a credible, genuine alternative for political transformation and for economic transformation. Liberians will need jobs. Mr. Hassan has decades of experience creating jobs and delivering impact in this country. So the Liberian people want to hear that we have had a lot of thought, and now this is time for the board to do the talking. And we want to put Mr. Ability record, because we need to transform the economy. We need to create jobs. I mean, for example, we see Mr. Gafwan putting up a budget. It is a very, very poor budget. Why? Because Mr. Gafwan does not have the history of creating.
I know you will come. I know you appear on scroll. I know you will come, and we will. Jacob, I know you will come and we'll dig deeper into those things that you like to talk about. Now you're a member of CMC, and as I said, let me correct myself. You are Director for Policy Research. I think that's your title now, right, for CMC?
Yes.
Director for Policy and Research. All right. So you just give us a second though. But are you saying that? Help me. Maybe my question will be so wrong, but are you saying that Musa Ability more inclined to the Liberian people needs than George Manawia? Musa Ability is the man right now with the message that cut across the George Manawia. Musa Ability would take this country to the promised land than George Manawia. I mean, how do you compare Musa to the former president George Manawia?
No, I mean, for me, I think I had a time to sit with Mr. Ability, and he laid down his program and his perspective and his vision to me, and the way he does business. It's obvious to me that Mr. Ability is not interested in drawing parallels between him, Mr. Weah, or even Mr. Boakai. That's not the point. I think Mr. Ability is clear. He is saying we need to move to politics, to governance, to economic development 4.0. So we're raising the standard. We're not doubling down ourselves to say, oh, we want to look back and start to compare and contrast. No, the answer is very clear. Over 20 years, we know that we are not satisfied with our country. This is a consensus among all Liberians. We're not happy with where our country is after 2 decades of leadership from the Unity Party and, of course, the CDC. we're not happy with our country. If we say our great
ladies and gentlemen, because we're having Senator Snow coming on, he's in the back. So when are you, Jacob, are you joining Spoon tomorrow? That's what I'm hearing. You'll be on the show tomorrow, am I correct?
Yes, you want to host me tomorrow? I can send you my invoice. You have to pay somebody for that.
Musa will pay you, can't flee. Musa will pay you. Jacob, want to say thank you. I'm sorry. Yeah, definitely. It's congrats. Councilor, I will give this to you. You got to work for your friend. We have Snow in the back, so the Snow is coming up. Quickly, you have anything for Jacob?
Well, I mean, I respect Jacob's decision, but there was something he said which I think is food for thought for all of us. For example, not for example, but particularly what he said. He said he offered his expertise to the CDC free of charge, and he claims that his expertise was underutilized. I think that is something for Akaros and Jeff to speak to. But I think that, it's a grave indictment of the CDC coming from Jacob, because, Jacob is diplomatic in his speech. So he chose to say, I offer my expertise, and my expertise was underutilized. But in essence, if you were to put it in regular, English, Jacob is pretty much saying that the people never had no use for me, and they never have planned to use me. And therefore, I'm leaving and going somewhere.
I got Snow coming on, but I got to give Great a chance to speak to this. Great is the highest ranking seditious on the show. I will give him the chance because Jacob's still on the phone. Then I have to bring the Honorable Senator on. Great. We still got Jacob. What say you about what Kanye just said?
The first thing is that I'm surprised of Kanye because we took Kanye from nowhere being campaign spokesperson. He knows that we devote talents. The whole country campaign chairperson for a ruling establishment is now ordering that. I don't know whether the people in West. I
mean, guys, you're with women. I beg you, we got to fast track this thing. I can't please wrap up and we got to.
Yeah, I will just respond to what Kanye said. I don't know whether the people in West Point ever saw you or knew you or in Nukuta, but we said, look, this guy is a sedition. We think he has some talent. They're providing the opportunity to lead the campaign process of the party, which is a very big job, a national presidential campaign. But like I said, I didn't want to say anything about Jacob. Jacob has his right to move on in life. I respect his thought. I respect his feelings, and I wish him well wherever he goes. And the only question you ask, I say, I don't believe people from party to another. But we respect Jacob's position. The CDC has been calling me. We respect him with laughing. Jacob, we wish you well in your new political sojourn.
I mean, you just what you said. I'm getting a message from Simon Tway. He said he respects Jacob, and Jacob's position is unique. He's saying that he respects Jacob. Real quick, Jefferson, you've been quiet.
We don't respect Jacob. We're not going to criticize him.
And like anybody will say, the man has a right to associate and de-associate. But you see, people like Kanye, those are the people that will cause somebody like.
So let me know you deal with Kanye, do it on the other side. I beg you. You want to deal with Kanye? Let me let Jacob go real quick because we got the senators.
No, but this is referencing Jacob.
Jacob easy on the two of you attack you. How does that make sense?
Let me say something, please.
Vandela Patrick, real quick. Let's hear you.
Pastor, at the end.
I mean, you want to talk about Kanye? Kanye yet 10 minutes. Just 1 minute. I mean, you talk to Kanye. We got to go by begging you by. You want to talk to Kanye? You want to talk to Jacob? Hold on, VP.
Yes, I want to address Jacob.
If you want to address Jacob. Leave Kanye alone.
So I'm saying, Jacob, not that the CDC underutilized you. You see, people like Kanye, their attitude is the one causing the CDC to be meticulous on how they're utilizing, skills that are coming to the party. Kanye was given such opportunity, and instead of performing, he underperformed, and he was detrimental to our campaign, and he proved himself to be an underperformer.
And this is why you see the CDC is very meticulous on how they allow people that come to the party to go to leadership. That was the greater mistake the CDC made.
Thank you.
They allowed Tyler Kanyo, who cannot articulate
Thank you very much. You say on Kanyo, we will continue with you and Kanyo.
Yes.
Mandela, what you say about Jacob Verco? You the
Yeah,
last
so
person.
I think my fellow comrades here, especially sedition, they have been very deceptive tonight. 2% defected the CDC. One has decided to be a centrist, to support a government. One decided to support an opposition that the CDC aligns with. And they are bashing at the government. They see nothing like that. But what I wanted to say is that Mr. Jala said that for almost 14 years, the UP been in power, they have sucked the resources of this country. But they seem very Joseph Jaka, during the peak of our advocacy, he was supporting the Unity Party. With everything that took place, he has always been an opportunist. And I see it as a form of political mercenarism.
I'm going to hold you right there because Jacob Jada will be on the show
No,
tomorrow.
I'm coming.
No.
You know what?
No, my man, I'll give you just 30 seconds. Let's make progress. We got Senator Snow in studio. I beg you. Jacob, can you close out? I know you'll be on the spoon. You'll be on the spoon tomorrow, and we will discuss you while looking in your face. But Jacob, thank you for coming. Congrats to you and your shift to CMC. We do appreciate the time that you're sharing with us, and want to say, hey, we wish you well, man. Musa is a good guy. Anything you want to say to close?
Yeah, no, thanks for the brief opportunity. Again, I am not here to throw aspersions on any individual. That is not how I do business. I am an intellectual. I love to stick to the matters because I think there are a lot to offer in that respect. Mr. Benedict have said very clearly that there are possibilities, or it is in the realm of possibilities that the CMC will look into an opportunity to collaborate with other opposition political parties to create a potential grand coalition in the future. He is the leader of our party now. We will count on his leadership and his direction as we try to arrive at a conclusion in the next couple of years. But of course, I have great respect for the CDC. I walk to the CDC with my hands up in the air to join the party, to share within the great tradition of the party. But again, things happen. Now, I think Mr. Ability offers a very, very practical, concrete plan to transform the economy because he's a businessman. He knows how to create jobs, not in theory, but in practice. Over decades, he's been doing that. And I think he offers a great opportunity to help to offer a new economic future for our country. And I'm happy to work with him. He's happy to also deploy my talent. And I'm excited. And I'm looking forward to a great future and an opportunity to collaborate with brothers and sisters from the CDC in the opposition. I think the Unity Party is faltering on many levels, and we need to create and offer a new plan, transformative plan to the Liberian people. And I will be very, very busy with that in the next few years, and looking forward to exciting engagement. But I will join tomorrow, and then
Jacob, thank you very much, man. I always hit you up, and we laugh, we joke. Thank you for coming. We do appreciate you on Spoon tonight, and have a good evening.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yes, sir. All right, so let's welcome Honorable Snow. We're going to bring in Winfred Russell. It's good that you're joining us, sir. Tomorrow is Russell's birthday tomorrow, by the way. Happy pre-birthday to you, my brother Winfred Russell. We hope you started early celebration. I know you're coming down to Philadelphia. We look forward to seeing you, that we can celebrate this birthday in grand style over the weekend. Happy pre-birthday to you, brother Winfred Betty D. Russell. It's good to have you in studio, sir. We want to welcome you, Senator Edwin Melvin Snow. Man, I would say to you, Senator, I saw the hotel that you were staying at. Man, my heart cut. And thank God, I know that probably you're somewhere safe. I don't know where you are, but you're somewhere safe. And thank you for joining us as we receive some bad news from the region concerning Guinea-Bissau. And also, we'll be discussing the Cloudware asset recovery situation that is happening in the country, Cloudware Foundation and asset recovery. Honorable Snow, welcome to the show. It's good to have you, sir. You are muted, Honorable Snow.
All right, Stanton, let me thank you and all your panelists. I'm very excited to be on your show, and I'm grateful to God that I can be on your show at this time. Thank you.
Yes, I want to say thank you. Can you bring us up to speed, work up the this morning, it's been reported some former war leaders in Guinea-Bissau today, they cannot leave. We've been following the BBC, Al Jazeera, and the rest of the international news. Thank God we have some Liberians in Guinea-Bissau that reach out to us as a network, and it's Stanton, the situation here is true. I think one of them went to where the hotel you were in, and they was concerned and said, we don't know whether Senator Snow left, but this is the hotel Senator Snow was in. I'm about to show it, and I will be calling the gentleman on the show tonight. He's ready want to speak to it, and then we'll see what we can do. But Honorable Snow, what's going on? You went Guinea-Bissau, you and your entire ECOWAS team for the election. What happened?
Well, so Stanton, for every election, ECOWAS deployed a mission. The mission is normally headed by a former president or former vice president or a very senior state person. This mission, for obvious reasons, because of the security situation in Guinea-Bissau, ECOWAS mission was headed by the former national security advisor to Ghana, Mr. Baba Kamara, who's a security expert. And I headed the ECOWAS parliamentary mission, working alongside Mr. Kamara. Goodluck Jonathan headed the West African Elders Forum, along with former ECOWAS president of the commission, Dr. Ebers Chambers, who was also UN special rep for West Africa and the Sahel. Then we also had the former president of Mozambique, who headed the African Union mission to Guinea-Bissau, and then also the Commissioner of Political Affairs of the ECOWAS Commission. So we all formed the hierarchy of the mission. We deployed a total of 120 observers to observe the elections in Guinea-Bissau. The election was held on Sunday. It was a very peaceful election, We're all very impressed. Then on Monday and Tuesday, we started receiving results from the field on what was happening with regards the election results. Before that, to just go back before that, the main opposition leader was banned from participating in the election. And the reason that the Electoral Commission and the High Court gave was that he submitted his credentials for election 5 days before the deadline of the election. And the claim was that 5 days was insufficient time for them to review his documents. So on that basis, he was banned from participating in the election, his entire party. So he could not take part, or no member of the parliamentary list could take part. And there was a lot of tension. Surprisingly to us, the opposition did not raise much contention that they were banned. Well, a few days to the election, the opposition party, was a very strong opposition party, they endorsed one of the independent candidates who was running, someone who was referred to as one of the bottom from the bottom. They endorsed him as their candidate, that they would put their weight behind him. And as they went for the elections, as the results started coming in, and again, for the record, I'm not a member of the Elections Commission. I cannot give election results, but we have received all of the results from the 9 regions in Guinea-Bissau. And with all of the results we got, the opposition candidate had won 7 out of the 9 regions, and the ruling party had won 2 of the 9 regions. The opposition had won most of the vote from the diaspora. They have diaspora votes. So like in Europe, they won almost all of Europe except for Spain. They won in Portugal, they won in France, they won in Luxembourg. Then they won in Guinea-Conakry. They got defeated in Senegal. They won in Cape Verde. So it was a very dicey situation. The Elections Commission was set to announce the election result tomorrow all was said, they had received all of the tallies and they were prepared to announce the elections tomorrow. And today there was a coup d'etat. And in that coup d'etat, the Elections Commission officers have been arrested. The opposition leaders have been arrested. No official of the ruling government or the ruling party, there's no announcement of any arrest from any of the ministers of the government. They claim that the president has been arrested, but there's no, the last picture we saw was a conversation between the coup leader and the president. And I speak here tonight as the chair of the ECOWAS Political Affairs, Peace, Security, and the African Peer Review Mechanism. I'm not speaking as a Liberian senator. So I'm wearing that cap as an ECOWAS parliamentarian. And we have strong reasons to believe that it was a palace coup. It was a palace coup, and we're very concerned about this. As I speak to you, President Jonathan, former President Jonathan, Dr. Chambers, the former president of Mozambique, who represent the African Union, they are all stranded in Guinea-Bissau. They have closed the airspace, they have closed land, air, and sea, and they cannot get out. They have no one to speak to. They are viewing this show right now. I've shared this show with them, so they're all viewing this show. And it's a very serious situation in Guinea-Bissau. Our people are stranded. We have members of the ECOWAS team. Fortunately, as I prepare to leave Guinea-Bissau, which I'm not going to disclose why and how I left, I was able to take most of the parliamentarians with me, except two of them that volunteered to stay behind. And one of the ones that stayed behind is a retired general, military general from Guinea, Conakry, who is now a member of the National Assembly in Guinea and member of the ECOWAS Parliament. And my protocol officer, who was also a military personnel in Mali, he was assigned to me as my chief of protocol in Guinea-Bissau. And another colleague from Senegal. They stayed behind, but all other 9 members of the ECOWAS Parliament, I was able to leave with them. And the situation there is very, very serious. And we are calling not just on the Liberian community, but we're calling on the authorities like ECOWAS, head of states and government. We're calling on the African Union. We're calling the United Nations to do everything possible to get our people out of there. Fortunately, we have an ECOWAS troop there. So the hotel that the ECOWAS personnel and the dignitaries are in, 2 of the hotels there are fully protected by ECOWAS troop, armed men from Ghana, from Senegal, and Nigeria and other countries. The hotels are well fortified by those military personnel, but we are calling for the evacuation of our people, including 2 members of the ECOWAS Parliament and our protocol, including former presidents, one from Nigeria, from Federal Republic of Nigeria, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, and the former president of Mozambique, and along with Dr. Chambers. They are all there. They are all stranded, along with the head of delegation, Mr. Baba Kamara. It's a very serious situation. And again, we have all reason to believe that this is a palace coup.
So welcome to the show. Let's get to the question quick. What do you mean by palace coup? What's that?
Well, it seems to be an internal working. It seems to be an internal coup. It was, and again, I'm not announcing official results from all of the preliminary results, provisional results. The provisional results that we got showed that the president was not in a comfortable position, and the possibility of being defeated was very high. And just before the announcement will come up, there was a coup, and the coup leaders are all inner circle of the president. They are all inner circle assigned to the president in the presidential palace that led the coup. And we're very concerned about it. So if you have a coup and the opposition leaders are arrested, the election commission folks that are about to announce the election result are arrested, and there's no evidence of you arresting the president, and our people are stranded, we have all reasons to believe. And again, I speak as a chairman of political affairs. We believe that's a palace coup, and we want our people to be released.
Sio, can we ask some questions?
Yeah, but everybody will ask questions. Let's just take it one at a time. So again, can you go over days that we're receiving breaking news, Jonathan, Goodluck Jonathan, all those African leaders that you are saying, Trump, and get What are you doing right now? Tinubu, Sierra Leone President, Joseph Yuma Barker is all of the country. What's going on right now within the level of the presidential arena, within ECOWAS, to get these guys out of Guinea-Bissau?
So this evening, we were able to make contact with the president of Sierra Leone, President Mada Bio, who is the chair of ECOWAS Authority of Head of States and Government. Contacts have been made with the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. President Mahama is informed. All the regional presidents are informed. There will be an emergency meetings amongst them. They will share notes in the next few hours. They should be doing that. The African Union, who have their representatives there also, the observers are there. The African Union is fully involved with this process, and there's a high-level meeting that is currently going on. As a matter of fact, this evening, I've been attending a Zoom meeting on the matter, and the issue of opening the airspace. Guinea-Bissau is not a country that have frequent flights. So, for example, ASCA, if you know about ASCA comes to Liberia daily. Guinea-Bissau, ASCA go there every other day. All right. I think Air Mora goes there 3 times a week. Air Cote d'Ivoire had a flight there yesterday that was canceled. So we have a huge group of people that are there that are stranded, and the airspace is closed. So even the airspace being closed, in trying to evacuate those, and we have nobody to talk to. If you read the statement that just came from President Jonathan's office, there's no authorities that we can talk to. You know, no one seems to be in charge that we can make contact with to get the airspace open to evacuate our people. So it's a very serious situation, and we just, don't forget that President Jonathan and President Dr. Chama, they are not young people that will stay away from, either the medication or things at unexpected period, and they need attention. So there's a lot of tension there, and we want to see how fast we can get to the military leaders or the president, who we believe has control over the situation, to open the airspace and get our people out. ASCA was flying in there today. They had a flight in there today, and that flight had to stop in Senegal, in Dakar. It could not go to Guinea-Bissau. It could not land. So there's no flight going in, no flight coming out, and the situation there is very serious.
Before I bring you on with Gray, everybody will have the time to ask questions. Just give it your one powerful question. We'll do another round. This is very serious. I have a video to play from one of the ECOWAS representatives. You guys will love it, and for our audience. And I also like to say, just confirm this. Let's listen to this. Our Liberian follower, who actually will call tonight on the show. He went out, he risked his life to give us this video. I spoke to him.
Like you say, you want a video from me, so I have to force myself to get on the screen a bit to give you a live scene. This is the hotel that Eddie Snow was in when he was here at the time. I don't know if he's still here, but this is the hotel. And this is the street. Only a few people are on the street. I have to come out just to do it because you asked for it. The country is very, very sad today. It was not like the way we expected it to be, but that's how it is. Just one car. And all the cars you see, these are all private cars, all commercial cars are already parked. Like a few hours from now, the curfew will be holding. Because for 9 o'clock, they don't want to see anybody on the street. So I just picked the chance to come and give you what is unfolding on the street. So that is it. This is the main junction going not too far from where the incident took place, from the executive mansion. There's a mystery heading to the executive mansion. So this is what I can give you for now. Other photo, maybe in the morning, I will take the time to go around and give you 1 or 2 on what is on.
So one of the things that our guy, he always brings us up to date from Guinea-Bissau. Was that a hotel? That's the hotel you were in, right, Senator Snow?
That's correct. That's a hotel, and that's a hotel. So we had a hotel called Harley Hotel, and another hotel called Seba. So Hale Hotel was where our command post was, the ECOWAS mission. But then all of the head of missions were in the Seba Hotel, which is the best hotel there. I think it's like 3 or 4 star, was the best hotel there. And that's where we all were staying. And then the command post was in the Hale Hotel. So the hotel you saw there is close to the presidential palace. It's in walking distance to the presidential palace, and it's just next to the National Assembly, where gunfires were also heard today.
Wow. So, guys, let's stick with Guinea, and we'll talk about other issues, but this is about Guinea. Akaris, you're part of the body in the house. You know how these things happen. Your mindset right now. What's your question for Snow, and what's going on with this coup d'etat? Talk to me. And ask your question, sir.
Yeah, and also thank Dr. God, thank you that you said, this reminds me when we were in Accra and the last flight when the COVID was announced and we were about to ground the flight.
Yeah.
You remember? Yeah.
Yep.
You left similarly, and we all had to leave some time. So you are trained in retreating, not escaping. Yeah, we all had to repeat somehow. We did it the way we could do it. But look, you said something today on your Facebook page. You said shameful and sad. The party coup in Guinea-Bissau at the brink of opposition victory. What a disgrace. Can you just, before you elucidate on your statement or explain on your statement, West Africa is shocking. Burkina Faso has a military leader. It's being shared across Africa. Mali, another West African country, now is Guinea-Bissau. They have threatened to disintegrate from ECOWAS, especially the military leaders across West Africa, 3 of them. Now this is the 4th we are observing. As a direct representative of ECOWAS, do you think that ECOWAS is losing the grips on its own territories in terms of the other West African countries? Because mind you, when Yahya Jammeh in Gambia, after the opposition won and he insisted that he would not leave power, ECOWAS were very decisive militarily. The warnings were given, the options were given to leave or ECOWAS would take over. The danger now is that you have West African leaders there. You have the former president of Nigeria, Mozambique. Like you said.
I beg, can we get to the question? Great. I beg you, I want to get this. I beg you, great. Can we get to the question, sir?
Yeah. So the question here is that it's just 2 in 1. Can you further explain on your Facebook page? And do you see the disintegration of ECOWAS by these military takeover and nothing is perfectly done to instate some civilian rule? Do you think ECOWAS is losing its grip?
Well, I won't say ECOWAS is losing its grip, but I would say the situation is embarrassing for our region. Like you rightly said, Mali is gone, Niger is gone, Burkina Faso is gone. Yes, we're in talks with them. Right now they are still members of JABA, the anti-money laundering group in West Africa. They are still member of the ECOWAS Bank for Development. They've asked for membership to those 2 organizations, so we still share intelligence with those countries, but their full membership has not been restored. And I believe strongly, besides that, even all of their staff, and those 3 countries account for over 300 staff from ECOWAS, all of their staff have to, leave their jobs. There's vacancy. That's why even the youth center is moving to Liberia, because that center was in Burkina Faso. So it has erupted our region. The region is not at its best. In the 70s, in the 80s, we had similar situation in the region with military coup, and we thought that ECOWAS was far advanced now, because even the other regional blocs have always given us credit. So going back to this military takeover is quite unfortunate, but it's not the first time. Mauritania was a member of ECOWAS, they left. But what is happening, I won't say we're losing our grip, but these are difficult times or challenging times for ECOWAS. And what I posted today on my Facebook page, like I said in my intro, I'm speaking as the chair of Political Affairs, Peace and Security, and that is the opinion of the ECOWAS Parliament. and this is something we need to look into because, great. Again, I'm not the elections commission chair, but we have the tally sheets from every region from the coalition center. So all of the region went to the coalition center. They have their tally sheet stamped, and we have all the results. We have all the results from the diaspora because they have diaspora votes. We have all of the results from the diaspora. The margin, yes, it's not a wide margin, but it shows a dicey picture for the establishment. And then on the eve of the announcement of the result, there's a coup by the palace commander. The soldiers that are assigned to the palace are announcing the coup and going to find the opposition leaders, even the leader that was banned, that endorsed the leader that was now becoming the front runner, was all arrested. The election commission chair and the authorities are being arrested. So it's an ugly situation. It's embarrassing. And I'll say something on the show. So we're in a high-level meeting the other day, yesterday actually. We're in a high-level meeting, and we're talking about the political situation there. And one of the leaders there, I won't call his name, one of the leaders there said something which was profound. And he said, when we're looking at the results, and he said, don't forget, this is not Liberia, and everyone will not be George Weah. It sounds, and I mean, anyone will link it because my relationship with Weah, I mean, I don't care about that, but it spoke well of Liberia. That people will say this is not Liberia, it shows a good image of our country. Because African leaders relinquishing power is difficult. We have, as I speak to you today, we have a problem right now in Benin, where the main opposition leader has been banned from taking part in the election early next year. They've changed the presidential term from 5 years to 7 years. So, we are having political situation in Benin that we're looking at. We now have a situation in Guinea-Bissau today. We have a situation in Mali. We have a situation in Burkina. We have a situation in Niger. It's worrisome. Well, Guinea, yeah, they had a coup d'etat. They never left ECOWAS. They had a referendum. Wherever the results are, even people in Liberia voted the referendum too at the Sports Commission here at SKD, and they're going to have election on December 28th. I'm going to be unfortunately, I'll be spending Christmas and New Year in Guinea observing election again. But they're going to have presidential election in Guinea on December 28th. So, yes, we condemn the coup there, but they have made efforts to return to constitutional rules. And we want the same thing for those other countries. And today, for Guinea-Bissau to do that, yes, you talk about what happened in Gambia. It's true, but in Niger, it was a more difficult situation because, I know you will know, but for the public, Niger and Nigeria share very porous borders. They speak the same language. There are intermarriages. They have a lot of things happening between them. I mean, most of the borders, there are no checkpoint, no nothing. So when ECOWAS decided to go on military action in Niger, the Nigerians rebelled against it because for them, their children, their fathers, their brothers, their sisters, they are all in Niger. It's like one country. People come from Kano going into Niamey, people coming from Benin into Niamey, into Burkina. But Ghana has poor border with Burkina Faso. So it was a very, very funny situation. It was very difficult. Unlike Gambia, if you look at Gambia, Gambia is referred to as the thumb of West Africa. So when you open your mouth, all around your mouth is Senegal, and just your tongue is Gambia. Gambia is just surrounded by Senegal. It's like a peninsula, like a cape rather. Okay, so it was easy to get Yahya Jammeh out of there. If you have a similar situation in Liberia, it may be easier to do that, and we pray it never happens to us. If we have a similar situation in Sierra Leone, which happened there when there was a military takeover and ECOMOG went there, it's easier. But countries like Guinea, that shares with Mali, with Senegal, they share border. Some of those countries is very, very difficult to move in there with military or resistance. So I'm really down tonight. I feel bad for West Africa. I feel bad for ECOWAS, and I'm sure our head of state will come up. Yes, President Beka is not in the country, but we show that he's currently in touch with his colleagues in the region. And I'm sure the head of state will make a decisive decision in seeing how best we can first get our people, the ECOWAS and AU missions, out of there. There are other missions there too, because the Portuguese-speaking mission had an observer team there. There are a lot of different groups there, but the main two missions were ECOWAS and AU. So we want to get all of our observers out of there. Even my friend Malcolm Joseph, who I invited to cover the election, he's there. There are other Liberians that are there.
Snow, let me bring the other. Sorry to interrupt you. You invited your friend, you left him there.
Well, so he was formally invited. I'm recommending he was formally invited by ECOWAS. So he was not my personal person. He was not. He received a formal letter.
How did you get out?
No, it's not important for the show.
I heard that it's not your first time. You know how to get out. What that mean?
I chair the Political Affairs, Peace and Security Committee of the ECOWAS Parliament, and how I got out is not important for this show.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm out and I'm safe. I'm okay.
Did you offer the way out for the others and they said no?
What there was, I didn't see anything. I just got up because I wanted to get out, and I came
out.
I was leading a delegation of parliamentarians, and I made sure that my colleagues are all safe, and my colleagues got out. The three that are left behind volunteered to stay, and they are there. And there will be, if there's any evacuation, we'll make sure they are all evacuated, including the Liberians. There are other Liberians on the mission. There's a fellow there, I think one Mensa from Foreign Ministry I saw there. I saw another lady there from Liberia. The Elections Commission was invited, but the person, I think Wisa or someone should have gone. They said he got his ticket late, so he didn't go. Because every election we invite people from the Foreign Ministry and the Elections Commission, and then other citizens from the country. So there are other Liberians that are there, and I'm equally concerned about them as I am about the former presidents.
No, so my question to you, and I respect you if you choose not to say I've got to bring Cairo in. But Grace says something that stuck into my mind, that you know how to get out. But did you share the intelligence with other people and say, hey, it's time to go?
There was no intelligence. I just decided to leave and I left.
Okay, spiritually, you saw the vision. Councilor
question spiritually. So went to retreat. And dream ball.
Moses.
No, the man went to regroup. I think he's a consultant.
Yeah. You see, I'm out now, and I'm making I'm championing the cause to get our colleagues out. Because even being there, if you notice, you read the statement coming from the ECOWAS and AU team, it's measured, it's well measured, because in that situation also, care have to be taken. I'm out of there, and I can speak. And I saw someone today, I posted, and someone came and tried to rebut or provoke my post, which I didn't mind. President Ibalo is my friend. When I was in Guinea-Bissau, he and I spoke. I have his number. I know him. So I'm not against him, but I'm fighting for democracy. And democracy is what we all should champion for, regardless who we know and who we don't know. So it has nothing to do with anything personal, but it's just shameful. And I stick to my point on that. It's shameful.
All right. A blessed good evening, Senator Snow. And
Chief, how are you, sir?
Oh, I'm very well. As usual, we thank you for your service to ECOWAS, for flying the Liberian flag very high on that side. I know it's a pity that we have this coup in Guinea-Bissau. But I want to, be the devil's advocate and raise a query with you regarding your framing of what has happened. Because you said you don't speak as a, Liberian political actor, you're speaking as an ECOWAS representative and chair on peace and security, if I'm correct.
That's correct.
In that regard, I think you've opined in many ways that this whole coup may just be a ploy of the president. I don't know whether to call Embalo the former president now, that there is a coup, and therefore he might also be complicit, and that there is very little threat to him, rather like an opportunity for people to steal the elections from the opposition. I don't know. Is that what you are saying?
Well, kind of, that's what I'm saying, and I stick to that. I mean, I'm not the only person saying it. If you read what Stanton just put up from President Goodluck Jonathan's page, I think Stanton posted it, is also referred to as a party school. I would believe as a party school. If you go to Al Jazeera right now, Stanton have that clip, he can play it. It's being referred to as a party school, and we all believe. We could be wrong. Don't get me wrong. It's not because we're saying it means we are right. We could be wrong, but we have reasons, and there are too many fingers pointed at a party school.
Well, so it's great that's your position. Then the second follow-up I'll have, if I have the time, is that as ECOWAS, don't you think that could be undermining of your ability to build peace or to bring reconciliation or to bring parties to the table if that need were to arise in the future? Because also, and I'm drawing just an analogy with the Burkina Faso incident and also with the Sahel countries. One of the things that President Mahama did was to continue to maintain some level of relationship in the hope of bringing them back into the ECOWAS fold. Don't you think this declaration, even at this point where you say you could be wrong, but you are willing to assume this position, even though you think you could be wrong, couldn't that undermine any effort later if you must form a delegation or be an envoy to build peace? Because apparently this coup has happened, whether Palace or Osa Palace is a military coup. It's happened. So if you are to go back in, and let's assume you were wrong, because you say there's a possibility that you could be wrong, won't that undermine your ability as ECOWAS to mediate and build peace and drive them further away from the union?
Well, Connor, your concerns could be right, but I disagree with you because in ECOWAS, there is zero tolerance on coup d'etat. Zero tolerance. For example, in Liberia, if I was to wear my Liberian cap again, I'll say to you, I'm an opposition in Liberia, yes. But do I ever want a coup d'etat in Liberia? No. Never, ever want a coup d'etat in Liberia. Even if it means you will change the constitution and Mr. President Boakai, we have 6 terms or 10 terms or 100 terms. If it's constitutional, I'd rather that than coup d'etat. So coup d'etat is a no. It's zero tolerance on coup d'etat. And we now start massaging coup d'etat and trying to phrase it in a proper perspective because we want to do negotiation. I don't have to go to Guinea-Bissau for negotiation. I personally, and just before coming to the show, like I said to you, I had a conversation with President Jonathan. President Jonathan is someone that's dear to me. I personally know him. We communicate regularly. We just celebrated his 70th birthday a few days ago. Even his birthday gift were on a flight. We flew into Guinea-Bissau together. And he's stranded there. You saw his post. I know his Stanton can put that out again. He's stranded there. Dr. Chambers, Dr. Ebers Chambers, the contribution he has made in this region, even at the level of the United States. So read his post. Okay? So, Jonathan and other African leaders trapped in Guinea-Bissau suspected palace coup unfold. So as suspected palace coup unfold. So the end of the day, this is serious. So you're telling me that because this is coming as suspected palace coup, so when there's peace, we'll not go there. ECOWAS will always be there. But what is happening is just wrong. And it's like all fingers. I mean, come on. You're the only one left in the house. And your mom came and she left her candy in the basket and she comes back, there's no candy there. Even if you didn't take it, someone came through the window, the first suspect will be you. Okay, the first suspect will be you. So what has happened in Guinea-Bissau and what we know, conversations available to us, documents available to us, we have reasons to believe that's a party school. Don't forget, ECOWAS troops there also. So we have intelligence. When ECOWAS go in a country for observation mission, they don't just send people there. We invest in intelligence. We have intelligence officers. We have people on the ground. We know some of the things that will happen. And from what we know and what we saw, the documents we have, and how the election was going, there are too many reasons for us to believe that something is wrong somewhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to say welcome to Spoon Talk. Our third guest on the third segment for tonight is Senator Edwin Melvin Snow, a strong Liberian representative on the ECOWAS mission. We'd like to say continue to share the show. I want to just ask you, Senator Snow, before I bring in Patrick, is this who is this gentleman with Kep Hassan? Is that the president?
Yeah, that's him. He's a very friendly guy, very nice, very jovial. I mean, when I go to Bissau, we talk, we joke. He's very friendly, very nice person. But in this case, let's talk about democracy. Yeah, that's him. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
he's very good friend, also the former president. Yeah.
Okay, I think we have his phone number. I don't know whether it would be respectful to call him. But again, it would be up to him to answer. I want to say thank you. But let me play this video, then we'll bring in our brother because it's very important. Please also tell us the gentleman in this video, please.
Okay, let's return now to our top story, the ongoing military coup in Guinea-Bissau. Now, joining us from Accra is Adama Gaye, a political analyst and former director of communication at ECOWAS. Thank you for your time today. What do you think triggered this latest coup in Guinea-Bissau? Do you think it was the election results or deeper problems inside the government?
Oh, the election result forthcoming that was supposed to be declared officially tomorrow, and most likely announcing that the outgoing president, Embalo Sissoko, would be defeated by his surprising contender, Ferdinand Diaz da Costa, and that may have triggered the military to enter in because they knew that their boss, Embalo Sissoko, would not be relinquishing power easily. So I think that was the first reason why this thing happened. And some people are wondering whether it is not a coup that has been organized, orchestrated by the outgoing president, because it's not the first time that he has been involved in these kind of shenanigans. Even before these elections happened, barely 1 month ago, he had said that there was in the way a military coup, and he had arrested over 50 people from the Balant ethnic group, and those military arrested was an indication of what was coming up down the line. Additionally, the country is used to military coups, several as has happened since the country became independent in 1975 from Portuguese colonial rule. So I think that everybody was expecting this to happen, and people knew that Embalo Sissoko would not leave without giving a last fight, even using his military.
Am I right in thinking that previous coups in Guinea-Bissau weren't just about politics, but about who controls the drug trade? Do you think that too has played a role in this particular coup?
No, not at all. It's not about really drug trafficking. It's not even to a large extent the ethnic tensions happening in the country or the economic situation of the country that is difficult, and also really the fact that there are many problems within the military. The fact is that this coup and the situation in the country, the mess that it is in, is about raw power. It is about who controls the country. It is somehow a state that people want to control, capture it in order to take advantage of its huge natural resources, agriculture, mineral, maybe even oil and gas. So it's about really raw power, not about drug, because even people involved in this type of drug trafficking, some of them have been arrested in America and jailed there, including one former head of the military of the country. So it is not about drug trafficking, it is about controlling the country to take advantage of its resources.
And the irony, sir, because you talk about the resources that the country has, the country itself and the people are incredibly poor despite that. So how is this coup likely to affect the average citizen?
Oh, this coup may not change overnight the livelihood of the ordinary citizenry in that country. Unfortunately, they have been left out of the process of development since the independence of law. The fact is that this is a military-controlled country, like many African countries, and the military, when they took control of a country, they just take care of themselves. They don't manage the development of the country. And of course, it's because they are tired and fed up of the shenanigans of Mr. Embalo, as they have been with previous regime, that the people of Guinea-Bissau seem to be somehow expecting this military coup, and they welcomed it to a certain extent. But they don't know whether it is a genuine coup or a doctored coup once again. In the situation we are living, one has to dig deeper in order to understand what's going on over there. Last but not the least, so far, we have not seen the international community, despite the news going around, saying anything about what is happening in Guinea-Bissau. Just yesterday, in another Portuguese-speaking African country, Angola, there was a Europe-Africa summit, but they didn't talk about what was looming large as a tension happening in Guinea-Bissau. And also, in the past, when, 6-7 years ago in neighboring the Gambia, when there was an autocratic leader in Yahya Jammeh who tried to stop the election and prevent the winner from taking over, what happened was immediately the international community, led by ECOWAS, decided to wade in, to enter into the debate and demand that Mr. Yahya Jammeh acknowledge his defeat and allow the winner to take over. But in the case of Guinea-Bissau so far, maybe because the world is tired of it, there is no such thing, no move, nothing, and they are left by themselves.
Adama Gaye, appreciate your perspective today, a political analyst and former director of communication at ECOWAS.
There you have it, Honorable. This is huge, Joe. This is big. Let me go to Federa Patrick, then maybe you can tell us more about the speaker and what he said in this video. VP, your question?
Honorable Snow, it's good to see you, and thank God you are in a safe space. I love your style, regrouping. Then they clearly disappear.
I bet you, VP, the producer said I should say credit to Al Jazeera for playing their playing portion of their, or how do you call it, their interview. I want to say credit to Al Jazeera, and we appreciate using this on this program. VP, go ahead.
So, Honorable Snow, quick question. Beyond the election results, were there deeper, unresolved grievances within the military, perhaps delayed salaries, rampant corruption? Maybe the military were frustrated with President Balo's previous dissolution of parliament that might have led to this takeover. Was there these underlying factors that prompted the military to take over?
Well, what happened in Guinea-Bissau, to be honest with you, from all our intelligence, it was predictable. We saw conflict. I mean, don't forget that currently Guinea-Bissau has peacekeepers. There's ECOWAS peacekeeping troops stationed in Guinea-Bissau. On 2 occasions, the president in his 5-year term has dissolved the parliament. For the last 2 years, there has been no parliament in Guinea-Bissau. The parliament has been dissolved. A few months ago, there was an attempted coup d'etat in Guinea-Bissau that was announced by the president, where arrests were made. There have been continuous arrests of officials of Guinea-Bissau for drugs, either going into Pudiga or other countries, arrested with drugs. So it's not Guinea-Bissau is not one of the shining zones in our region. You have a lot of ethnic problems also. Ethnicity is there. So, for example, the president won in 2 of the 9 regions One of the regions he won in, he comes from the Fuller background. One of the regions he won in is his region. So he won that landslide. I think he got 66,000. The opposition came second with 11,000. Then he won. Then the prime minister and the interior minister from the same region, they both two won that region. All the other regions were won by the opposition. In the military, there's a split, and I can say to you again that if care is not taken, there could be another coup, and we pray for it not to be, because in the inner circle of the president in the military are his kinsmen, but a greater force, a greater ethnic group of the military comes from this Da Costa, Fernando Da Costa's group, the guy who, the opposition who was neck to neck with the president, come from that group. So you have the Da Costa group, you have the Imbalos group. So the inner cycle that you have here, what you may call SATU when President Doe was in power, where you have the SATU, that elite force from the president ethnic group. But a greater portion of the military comes from the Costa ethnic group. So there has been problem in Guinea-Bissau. Guinea-Bissau has been under the spotlight. So yes, there have been some concerns in Guinea-Bissau, but we really thought that the election would have been able to resolve some of the issues, especially since the elections seemed to be credible. They were free. The election was free. Sunday. I mean, if you go on my Facebook page, you will see it. Somebody, they were writing people backyard, open ballot. They didn't go in no classroom. Everything very transparent. And you stay right there. The people were voting after they count. Or they were doing Liberia, count everything, put the result up. Everybody take their notes. All the sport ballot, unlike in Liberia, for example, if 500 ballot papers are here and 300 president key to vote, they balance 200 ballot paper, they will destroy all in front of all the party agents. They will destroy all. Then the party agent will sign the back of everything. So that process is kind of transparent. So we saw the election as being transparent, free and fair, but we knew that there would have been a problem because it was already in the works.
One last question quickly, Senator. The issue of coup d'etat in Africa, specifically West Africa, where we see citizens celebrating military leaders. Statistically, if you look at Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali, if you conduct surveys there, you see vast majority of the citizens, I mean, it's only media, they're celebrating these military leaders. Is ECOWAS concerned about their position? Because it's not just for political correctness, where you condemn. Then after 2-3 months or 5 months, you start to do business with them. That's the case in Guinea. When there was a coup d'etat over there, ECOWAS condemned.
So real quick, Vandela, finish your second question now. It should be only one question, sir.
I mean, I don't know whether ECOWAS is concerned that instead of just being politically correct by making political statements and at the end of the day doing business with the very coup plotters, I don't know, where does ECOWAS stand in this kind of situation where citizens celebrate coup plotters?
Well, by human, we always excited about change. We always think the grass on the other side is greener. We always feel that way. A few months ago, Steno Waterspoon were all in the air and praising one group. Today, he's on the other side, not praising that group. So we always think the grass on the other side is greener.
What I have to do with coup plotters and coup celebrators?
No, not coup plotters. I just talking about trees. No, you were never supposed to. I know you were never supposed to. I just talking about people thinking that the grass on the other side is always greener. But let me say this to you, and a lot of people won't believe this, but I will say this to you. Almost everything you see on social media about Burkina Faso is not true. The hardship in Burkina Faso is unbelievable. In Mali, in Niger, what is happening in those countries, you won't believe it. There are discussions right now in how we can get them, how they can get back into the ECOWAS region. ECOWAS is a community. It's not just a country. If you talk ECOWAS, now everybody want to condemn ECOWAS. But guess what? When we're dying here, it was ECOWAS who put their boots on the ground. You'll be surprised, Stanton, and I will give you this guy's number. Stanton, I will give you his number. Maybe you'll get to talk to him. The campaign coordinator for President Barrow in the last election is a former ECOMOG soldier in Liberia. and they fell off along the way, and he was not a campaign coordinator for the opposition. When I met him, we were talking, guess what? The guy was talking about, he got 2 children from Wiyala. He got a Liberian, he got 2 children in Wiyala. He called a children name. He know Kakatan, he know Boma, he know this. I mean, this guy was talking about Liberia. I'm just looking at him like they just open their mouth. So the point I'm trying to make is that people always want change, but is that the solution? And like I just said to you, Mandela, I mean, I'm in opposition, it's true. But do I ever want a military takeover in Liberia? No. No matter what, I never want a military takeover. But yes, people will always get in the street, they will always rejoice. But when reality hit the fan, then it becomes a different thing. So we're not happy about it in ECOWAS. It's embarrassing. In Ghana, during President Mahama's inauguration, the greatest applause at that inauguration was when the president of the military leader of Burkina Faso arrived there with a gun on his side. The biggest applause was to him, even more than the president who was being inaugurated. So people always want change, but is that the solution? No.
Thank you very much, Kev. Kev, you know we're gonna bring you in on this photo. What was happening here, Kev? Are you part of the Palace School? Okay.
Well, at that time he was congratulating President Weah. He was telling me about the negotiation on the non-permanent seats. President Weah spoke to him about it. They were supposed to go. So it was 2023 at the UN Assembly. That's where we met. So he was, explaining to me the effort of that President Weah did. So he was showing me
something. You in and out, Kev. Is that your way of talking when you're bluffing? You're going like this. You in and out.
Let me So he was explaining to me. About that. So when folks say this government had the way on the non-permanent seats, that's what he was explaining. That was 2023 before this.
So what's your question for?
The question, Senator. We saw some other jubilation in other countries, but we're not seeing the jubilation in Guinea-Bissau. It is because the people understand that this is a palace school, so they're not in favor of what's going on.
So there's a repetition with this whole thing in Guinea-Bissau with coup. A few years ago, there was a similar situation where the president said there was a coup, and no one really believed it, whether it was true or not. I hope it was, it wasn't true. And this one, like you rightly said, I'm happy you caught that. But Kevin, before I go through, I just want to inform you that my ECOWAS team, the AU team, they all just sent me a text. They are watching the show on live stream, and they want me to thank you for flagging the issue. So I just
thank you. Our greetings to them, and we pray that they are well.
They are watching you on live, so they show you the hearing that. Yeah. So a lot of people, and I'm not the only one. You heard Professor Gay, Adaman Gay. He's a communication expert from former communication director from ECOWAS, well respected in the region. He considered a palace school. Al Jazeera is considered a palace school. Good Lord Generator Foundation is considered a palace school. And I know that within ECOWAS, we believe it's a palace school. So everybody's looking, everybody's concerned, everybody's like, what's the new deck that is being played? What's the new hand that's being played? And it's very concerning. And it's an ugly situation. And I believe it is. I hope that they will manage it properly to restore to democracy. I hope that the election result will be announced, as planned, because there was an election. Votes, the ballots were counted. All of the results are in. I was saying to you, all of the results are in. Not one left behind. All of the results are in. And I hope that will respect the will of the people. Whoever wins, fine. Just today, there was a meeting with the opposition leader today, and they signed a commitment that whoever the election commission announced as winner they will respect it. But the election was on Sunday. The election on Sunday evening, Monday morning, President Barrow already announcing that he won the election on 65% of the votes. Before the election result even came out, then the results started coming, showing something different. So we are concerned about it.
If you can, Senator, can you bring us up to speed? Where was the president prior to the coup? What do you know? Was the president in the palace? One,
In his
two.
palace, yeah.
Did they
In the
have
palace.
they arrested the coup plotter? Have they arrested him?
The president announced that he was arrested by the coup plotters, and there was a picture posted. I will send it to you of the president and the coup plotters in his office talking. But the coup plotters took the other opposition leaders to the military base.
Do we have who is the leader right now in Guinea-Bissau? And
That's the problem we have.
arrested?
If you read the Goodluck Jonathan post, that's the problem we have. We don't have anybody to talk to. We want to see who we can talk to.
So no one has declared that they are in charge of
leader,
the country right now.
The commander of the presidential guard force said he's the leader, but we cannot get him to talk to him. Nobody can make contact with him.
So since I beg you, Winfred Russell and Brother Jefferson, we'll come to you. So since the announcement came out, the commander declared himself that he's the leader, but the president himself have not declared himself that he's in charge or he have been removed. Am I correct?
You are very correct. You are very correct.
So let me bring in Russell. He have not spoken, then we'll go to Jefferson. Russell, it's kind of confusing though.
Yes, it is, and it's concerning issue going on. So I'd like to say welcome to all of our viewers and listeners, and thanks to Senator Snow for coming on here to share with us his insights about what's going on there in Guinea-Bissau. My question is, are you the leader of, did I hear you say you're the leader of the delegation from ECOWAS that was sent to Guinea-Bissau?
Yeah, for members of the parliament, the ECOWAS parliamentary mission, yeah.
And how many of the members of that parliamentary group that you headed or that you had, how many of them are still in Bissau?
3 of them voluntarily left in Bissau. 3.
So you as the head of delegation, so I'm going to use a military analogy, even though I know.
Abandon my troop, eh?
Yes. So you as the head of the mission, what do you say to folks who may see you as a coward, that you left the rest of your folks there and took off on the next available flight or the next available opportunity? You left and you abandoned ship.
So I didn't abandon ship. I went to observe the election. The election was on Sunday. I observed the election on Sunday. We had a leadership meeting on Monday. I attended the meeting. There was a meeting on Tuesday. I attended the meeting. This morning we're in contact. I was physically present, and they're very happy. Like I just said to you, and they're watching us on live stream. We're glad that one of the leaders in the head of missions is outside and can speak as I'm speaking, and calling on the rest of the world to see if we can pay attention to them. So I did not abandon ship. I informed the head of mission. I informed others that I was leaving, and I left for a reason. There was a specific reason why I left. I won't say it on the radio, but I left for a reason. And unfortunately, a situation took place during my absence.
Thank you very much, Jefferson.
Thank you, Senator. And I was happy to see that you in safety. That's good. You know,
Russell didn't like me, so he wanted me to stay there and get trapped. He missed it.
No. With all what
I don't know you from Adam, sir. I have no dislike or anything against you. I just don't like the corrupt practices that are taking place in as we see what's happening
in Burkina Faso and all over West Africa, the corruption and the lack of proper
So
governance.
we're gonna move to Jefferson and keep ourselves in the region of Guinea-Bissau.
This is the 5th coup d'etat in West Africa, and with all what's happening in West Africa, I want to use the time just say thank you to former President Weah for his exemplary leadership during the recent elections and the upholding of peace and democracy. I mean, with a razor-thin margin, he transferred power. This has strengthened our nation's democracy and values, and he has set an example for future generations. So that's why you see today Liberia remain peaceful, and we are happy and grateful to former President Weah for that. With that said, given the fact that coup has been spread throughout West Africa and ECOWAS is incapacitated in many ways to do anything, they have not done anything about any of these 5 countries. Don't you think that ECOWAS is being paralyzed by the military takeover in West Africa? Because it's the 5th country now.
Well, it's not good for ECOWAS. The truth is, it's not good. We feel bad about it. And like I said, we should know ECOWAS is a community of nations. So once one nation leaves the community, it affects us. Like I just said to you, almost 400 staff, 300 to 400 staff from Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso were employed in ECOWAS because of their withdrawal from the community. All of those staff have to lose their job. All of them, they lost their jobs. All of them. So it affects the community. It's like your household. You're 5 in the house. If one member leave the house, one person leave and not come back today, the next day or so, it affects the household. So we are affected. We feel bad about it, and we hope that there's something will be done about this situation.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jefferson. Tama, let's hear your question for Senator Snow.
Yeah, thank you, CEO. Good evening, Senator Snow. We are glad that you are safe somewhere in Africa. So we were going to ask GMB to send the special forces to go get you out.
Not a private jet.
Special forces and private jet. But just a live woman, man. Look,
I know.
Do at the regional level. ECOWAS, of course, has been accused of not being proactive, being a two-legged bulldog. But what is happening in Burkina Faso, as you rightly said, based on the BBC statement issued by the military, that they deposed the president because they have found out that there are some foreign hands and local politicians who plan to rig the election and destabilize the country. That was their reason. My question to you, Senator, given the fact that you have already told us and told the world today that the opposition won the election, 7 out of 9 districts, what is your protocol at the ECOWAS level to enforce or ensure that the will of the people is respected, if any?
Well, so like I said to you, the head of states are already, there's a protocol on zero tolerance for military takeover. There's a protocol on zero tolerance. Our protocol on good governance speaks of zero tolerance. And that's why, like Kanye was asking me when we talk about, because of my pronouncement, how we are be in a moral standing. If there were mediation, what would I do? No matter what the situation, once there's military takeover, there's no window dressing for military takeover. And the head of states are already speaking. They are already in touch. They will come up with a solution. We believe so in the next few days. First thing is to get our people out of there. The good thing is, now what we do in ECOWAS when we have elections, we send a group called the long-term mission. So we have the long-term observation mission. So they go there about 90 days before the election. They go to all of the zones. They are stationed there. They meet with the civil society. They meet with the military leaders. They meet with the civil authorities. Everybody. They comb the area. Then we send a medium-term mission. They go there like 3 weeks before the election. Then we do the short-term observation mission, which is like 10 days into the election period after they leave. Then you have the head of delegation, similar period, 10 days or so. In the case of Guinea-Bissau, because of the political and security situation in the last few months, we're unable to send a long-term mission to Guinea-Bissau. Red flag. Or the security situation. Because of the security situation, we did not send a former head of state that we always send on this mission. We send a former national security advisor, a security expert from Ghana, to head the mission. First time that has happened. Red flag. So we already suspected that the situation was fragile in Guinea-Bissau. So we didn't just walk into a situation. We expected that there was a thing there, to red flag. We had to be concerned, and we took the necessary measures to make sure that we didn't get entrapped there. But so the first thing we need to do before anything else is to get President Jonathan and the rest of the dignitaries and our missions, including Liberians, out of Guinea-Bissau. Once we can get them out of there, once the airspace is open, like I said, Oscar had a flight there today that we're going to sleep and return tomorrow morning. That flight is in Dakar, Senegal. And because of the amount of people that went into Guinea-Bissau, the matter of fact, there were 2 Oscar flights going to Guinea-Bissau today. One flying from Lomé to Abidjan, then straight to Bissau. One flying from Lomé, Dakar into Bissau, which was strange. But because of the volume of people that were there, because Air Cote d'Ivoire had canceled their flights. So all of those flights are canceled. So our first concern as I speak to you is to get our people out of there. Fortunately for us, we have the ECOWAS military force in Guinea-Bissau that is providing security in Guinea-Bissau. So they are currently providing security for our people that are there. But once that is done, then everything else will follow, including other statements that we may want to make.
If I can squeeze a final question in there, I didn't hear how we can enforce the will of the people, and I would love your insight in that. But do you think foreign hands are involved in this coup d'etat or part of this coup d'etat, Senator Snow?
I don't believe so. I have absolutely no reason to believe so. I think it's the will of the people of Guinea-Bissau. They voted. They voted. And I gave you one example. For example, the president voted not far from the palace where he went to cast his vote in Bissau. The capital is called Bissau. At that center, the president didn't win there. It's common in Liberia, though. President Weah used to vote at Kenya, and most time he didn't win there. So it's not strange. It's not unique to Guinea-Bissau. But he didn't win there. The entire Bissau, the capital, he didn't win in the capital. So we have all reasons to believe that this is the will of the people of Guinea-Bissau. It's not, nobody should blame foreign forces or foreigners or anything like that. The president of Guinea-Bissau is a very likable person. I mean, he joked to everyone. We went to see him before the election. We were laughing, we were talking. He was very confident. Felt he was going to win the election. They had a big rally in the capital, and you won't believe it. When they had the last rally on Friday night, I even went live a little bit on it. There was a huge crowd in the capital. Everybody thought that the capital was on lockdown. But when the results came from the capital, it was different. So it's easier for us to shift blames. But this, I believe, is the will of the people of Guinea-Bissau and not any foreign. I would challenge that. I have no reason to believe that any foreign hand is involved.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Wanto, let's hear you. And we're going to shift a little bit. This is very interesting. People are concerned. Before Wanto come in, Senator, what's going on with ECOWAS? Everywhere you guys go, you cannot solve problem. You know, even with our left Liberia, we stay in problem.
That's not true.
If I will finish, sir, I'm not going to blame you guys that blame the country for creating their own problem. But you guys have not solved any of the region problem. Look at Burkina Faso. You're running away. You're trying to negotiate. Guinea, you're negotiating. Mali, you're negotiating. I mean, we can name them. And at the end of the day, today we are in Burkina Faso. Thank God you left. You know, I pray for the former President Goodluck Jonathan and the rest of the team that God can take them out safely. And I pray for the people of Guinea-Bissau, by the way. But notwithstanding though, this would be just another talk, no action. If it is true, it's a pilot school, this guy will go over there and change the system, change the constitution. Why then we have this group you call ECOWAS? If Bwaga going to meet Tinubu going to meet BO, they're all going to sit there and drink beer and eat and come out and say, we'll find solution, your sense, to Senegal tomorrow. Your call for former President Goodluck Jonathan, you're saying him back to this place. Yeah, let's talk. Let's talk, no action. I mean, that's just my concern, because we're going to bring you back on the show in 2 days again. We'll be talking with about another country that will be in similar situation, and it will be the same old. The young men and women that were born during the Liberia Civil War that saw ECOMOG and ECOWAS patrolling the street of Newtown, they still remember. But that's not the ECOWAS we have today, and that's our argument. But I will bring one to, and maybe you can help us understand. Most people feel that ECOWAS is just weak today than ever before when they were established. I don't know why. Maybe you will help us understand and tell us better. I want to.
Yeah, CEO, thank you. First, I want to appreciate you for creating this time to talk about very critical issues, especially regional issue as well. and this is very important for all Liberians. We need to pay attention to these developments. And I also want to appreciate you, Senator Snow, for being in this conversation. It's always very powerful as a Liberian when you are in this kind of patriotic movement. And so for me, I appreciate a whole lot. And I think Stanton is right, because the reason why I say Stanton is right is comparable with the European Union, ECOWAS actually have a supplementary power for military intervention in this situation. So the ECOWAS protocol on democracy and good governance in 2001, Article 1 talk about zero tolerance of the unconstitutional changes. Article 45 actually provide different actions ECOWAS can take: suspension, sanction, travel ban, freezing, and as far as military intervention. So my question comes back to what Stanton is saying. Why is ECOWAS not, engaging in military intervention to safeguard constitution in this kind of scenario? Because the law is clear. You have more power comparable with the European Union in this kind of situation.
So except for military intervention, everything in Article 45, ECOWAS did it in Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso. We closed the airspace. We froze the bank accounts. There was sanctions imposed on them. The matter of fact, humanitarian grounds, we had to open the borders to allow food to go in. Today, because of that, Togo and Benin and Niger not on terms, because when the border were closed, Benin closed her border, but Togo opened the border on humanitarian grounds, so they still have tension between those two countries. So everything except for the military aspect, which of course, like I said, the Hausa-speaking tribe in Nigeria, they also come from Niger, okay? If we said to those Nigerian soldiers, go in there and fight, they said no, those are our brothers and sisters, we're not going there to fight. So the military has to be prepared to fight. One of the persons who played a very key role at the time during the crisis was General Johnson, who's now the NSA director. He was chief of staff. We met a couple of meetings. We have a meeting in Nigeria and ECOWAS called the MSC, the Mediation Committee of ECOWAS. It's a security meeting, and he's well respected. He was well respected amongst the chiefs of staff. He played a very key role, and they flew in there. They met their counterparts, and they said to them, "Look, if you brought war here, if one gunshot drop here, we'll go on the rampage. If you guys want to talk, we're prepared to talk." So we did everything except shooting, and they decided to leave ECOWAS. I mean, again, it's a community. Like on this show tonight, I agree, Stanton don't have a banning agreement with anybody here, but anybody can decide to leave. You can't force you to come back. Yeah, if they show, and as people been leaving, I told Stanton one night, way back, I don't know if you remember, there were people on the show, I said, Stanton, as the government goes forward and you get critical, people on the show will leave, will go look for a job on the other side. He didn't believe me. Today it's happening. So people can leave. People will leave at will. Our friend Jacob Jaja left CDC today and went to CMC. So, it's their right to leave. So they will leave. It's affecting us. It's not a good thing for us. But these things happen, and we just pray that we'll be able to resolve it so that we don't continue losing membership, because it's not good for now. Whatever the case is, the Guinea-Bissau, whether they withdraw from ECOWAS or not, there is a red flag again. And in June of next year, Guinea-Bissau was going to have the next ECOWAS Commission president. The next presidency of the ECOWAS Commission is now with Gambia. The next president of the commission is supposed to come from Guinea-Bissau. And with this situation, you have taken a great opportunity from that country.
Just give it to Liberia. What can you say? But let me.
Senegal already fighting for it.
I wanted to ask one last question, but
go ahead, Wanto.
All right, so my last question is just come back to one of the main reasons Stanton brought the conversation is to reflect on Liberia. So the interesting thing about this Stanton is that Liberia is very fragile. Of all of the countries in Cook, we have experienced now. Are you hearing me? You hear me now?
Not hearing you.
Oh, okay. You getting me, or I'm still muted?
You can hear him? Yeah, we can hear him.
Yeah, you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, Stanton.
My man, you inserted today. The man can hear you. That way, go out and come back. Yeah, want to. But I want to say thank you very much, Senator, and thanks to your entire team. We pray that the rest of the team members in Guinea-Bissau are safe, and we believe they are. Do we have the same ECOWAS like before? You know, when I was a little boy, 1990, ECOWAS rolled through Newtown. We were jubilating, we were happy, boots on the ground. Nobody could say Fuentera was trembling, Prince Johnson was in Zico, and you can name it. We ran behind ECOWAS, we ate their food, we slept on the base with them, we were happy, there was peace. Do we still have that ECOWAS?
Truth is, no, we don't. Regrettably, we don't, and we all need to fight to get back to that state, because it was a community at the time. It was we're our brother's keeper, you know, and today is different. Today, I mean, and I can say this to you, most time we go in countries, people when we say ECOWAS, they're not even happy to see us. You know, it's sad, but that's a reality. That's a sad reality. You know, even Guinea-Bissau, we go to a restaurant, sometimes we have to take our jacket, take our cap, because like in Guinea-Bissau, the president authors security, external security is provided by ECOWAS. So when the citizens, when things going wrong politically and the president is protected by ECOWAS soldiers, people think ECOWAS is, you know, is enabling what is happening there. So in some countries, when you call about ECOWAS, they don't even want to hear it. We need to work on it. We need to do more visibility. We need to do more sensitization. We need to do more awareness and get ECOWAS back to where it used to be. Gone are the days when, you know, head of states felt deadly to ECOWAS, you know, but today it's not like that.
What's the strength of ECOWAS economically? What are they in the region to help militarily? Can they make a decision and no nation can go against?
It's difficult. It should be that way, but it's difficult. They have a good network. For example, the chief of defense staff, they have their own network. They keep in touch with each other. The land ministries, the land security apparatus. We're building now, as you may be aware, we are building the ECOWAS armed depot and standby force in Sierra Leone to protect this, you know, part of the region, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Gambia, you know, Guinea, all of that. Well, there's a standby force that will be built there. We're doing the joint border post between Liberia and Sierra Leone, where you just have one-stop shop. The Vice President of ECOWAS Commission was just here last week, went there to Bowassa to inaugurate the project. So there are a lot of positive things going on in ECOWAS, but also the military takeover has actually affected the image of ECOWAS. And it's our collective responsibility to champion that, to give ECOWAS its deserving space in the community.
So I want to say thank you, Senator, and the Liberian people hearing you. The last time we invited you here to talk about coup d'etat, you remember which country was that, right? The last time you came on and we spoke about coup d'etat. So every time coup d'etat happens, we beg you to come up. But this is a great time for our country that you represent Liberia, and you can help us understand this thing better. We want to appreciate you on. If you love to stay back, take up to your ECOWAS hat and put on your NPP Liberia hat. Maybe let's talk some internal politics, because something is happening in the country with the Cloud We Have Foundation. That asset recovery have taken her to court, the BMC, by the way, to declare all the documentation as to how she got the money to build that foundation. You're very close to the former First Lady, and I do respect her. She's a decent lady. You're very close to her. She built a beautiful, beautiful area called the Cloud We Have Foundation, the City of Hope. And can you talk to us? You think asset recovery have gone too far? What would be your advice to the former First Lady? What do you think she should do?
So today I was going through, browsing through Facebook, and I saw the documents on Facebook. Because it has to do with litigation, I'm always very careful how to address issues of litigation. But I can speak to the character of Mrs. Clara Marie Weah. I know for a fact that she wouldn't get involved with anything corrupt. She has standards. She has a very good reputation. She's a very decent person, and it's quite unfortunate that her foundation has been linked to what is linked to. We should give the legal process a chance. But my only caution is that I hope that the asset recovery will be more holistic, will go after all of those concerns of other areas and not just people that are perceived as in the opposition. Like the current First Lady, who I have a lot of respect for, I regard as my mother. I have similar for Mrs. Clara Marie Weah, and that's somebody I've known for many years. Since she and her husband were in Paris, in France, even before going to Italy and England and everywhere else. I've known her for many years, as long as they've been married. And I know she's a very meticulous person. She would never dare get involved into corruption. So I hope that the allegations are not true, and I pray that she'll be able to clear the image of her foundation that is so dear to her heart and dear to a lot of people's heart. I know a lot of people in this region, in West Africa and other regions, that have supported that foundation, and I hope that the information, she will have the opportunity to be able to clear her name or clear the name of the foundation.
Do you think asset recovery Chairman Martin, Councillor Martin, is going too far, or you think he's within his scope?
Well, I don't know what is far and what is low. I've known Martin. Martin, full disclosure, he's my very, very good friend. We very much, we've known each other for all our lives. We grew many years from our NPP days, and we worked at LPRC. I was there, he joined me there, Cottington. He left, went to Cottington, came back. I didn't go to Cottington though, but I've known him throughout. So I've known him for many years. And I know him to be objective. I know him to be fair, and I hope that in the discharge of his duty as the head of the asset recovery, he will continue to be fair and be and do what is right. If the law or the executive order gives him the right to go after everyone in the country, then he should go ahead and do it. I'm happy that we're going through a legal process and not a junta situation where you can just go and arbitrarily arrest or confiscate someone's property. He's following the law, and I hope that the law will take its course.
Do you think, my last question will bring the guys in? What next? Do you think, is there any other thing you are hearing? The last time Councillor Martin spoke, he talked about going after individual farmland that engage in agriculture and farm. Well, I mean, you're one of those that own one of the biggest farms in Liberia. Well, I mean, what do you make of such statement?
Well, I'll be so glad if he ever came after my farm. I mean, my records are there. I've had my farm now for many years, from 2011 or so. So if he needs to go after farm, he can start with mine. I mean, my records are there. I know how I got my farm. I know what I've done on my farm. I'm just saying to you that there are other cases in Liberia that either come through other reports or other reports, and I hope that we can be more transparent in doing that. We've also heard that Councillor Martin has attempted to go after some people that are now allies to the government and have been prevented from doing so. So I hope that that he will gain the courage and the political and moral authority and rights to go after everyone that he thinks has corrupted the state, and not to be selective, to only go up, because sooner or later, if the way it's going, if it's only perceived as people who are not in favor of the government or seen as opposition, then they could defeat its purpose. But again, farmland, I have a farm.
But
Yes,
sorry guys,
I'm
I
open
beg
to
you, I
that.
know you're coming, Karis, I know you're coming to speak to this, and everybody will ask the two questions. Why your farm though? If it is true that you one of those you're going after, or Amara Kone, or any one of you guys, Prince Moi, that have those bigger farm that is so huge in the country, why your farm? You said 10 years ago, have you declared your farm on your declaration? Why your farm?
Definitely.
I mean, is it about how you got it? Have you taken something illegal to as part of the contribution to your farm? What do you think one may go after Edwin Snow farm?
Well, I don't have any reason to believe that anyone want to go after my farm, but if this is part of the listing of properties to go after, my books are open. I will encourage them to go so. The matter of fact, not just my farm. When they finish with the farm, I was also accused at one point of taking $14 million from Meta, from what they put in
Western Cluster.
Western Cluster. I hope they can also investigate that too and make it public. So there are issues to look at. I would encourage them to please go ahead and do that. I have a farm. Yes, I acquired farmland many years ago. My farm is operational. It's declared on my asset declaration. And if he ever needs to investigate my farm, I'll be more than willing to cooperate fully with the asset recovery team.
So Akaris, let's bring you in. We bring in Vandela Patrick, Russell, Kev Hassan, Jefferson Chesson, Toma Agalas, want to Akaris. Former First Lady, Madame Claire Weah, Marie, I love to call her Marie Weah. I mean, her foundation is up, the Hope Foundation. I mean, it's kind of concerning, but we can all agree this is a legal step and it's unique. But what we are hearing about going after farm, it was said by Councillor Martin, people who farm should be considered as well. I don't know the intel to that and other. I mean, what say you, Akaris?
Look, I'm not going to ask a small question. I'm going to make a position clear, emphatic position that the asset recovery team is a political arm of the.
Stand here, Akaris. There's something wrong.
Are you getting me?
Okay. So Senator, if you're not hearing, can you get out and come back in, please? Maybe you will hear everyone. Thank you.
Okay.
Make your point, Akaris.
Yeah, I said the asset recovery team is a political arm of the executive mansion, intended to run after and wish on opposition and people who are perceived enemies of the administration. The Clark Foundation, on public record, through legislation or any means, has never received any public funding from the government of the Republic of Liberia. The Assets Recovery Team cannot produce a singular document. If the Assets Recovery Team managed to subpoena all documents in terms of voucher checks by the Ministry of Finance or the Central Bank of the Republic of Liberia, that's the rightful procedure. To subpoena a contract or subpoena the payment plans from the BMC company, a contract is the true fight against corruption, the true fight of assets recovery. The
How so, Ray? I'm sorry to interrupt you. How so? This is the legal step, right? How you say?
There's the step that any responsible government will do. If a government sponsors any entity of government or outside of government or any private entity and they believe that funds were being misused, only the Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank has that authority. Central Bank reaches the voucher, they get it checked through the ministry, through the CBL of the Republic of Liberia, and you can summon those checks. You can go after them. You don't go run behind the contractors. And I can tell you, all documents in my possession shows that the Clark Foundation had a contract with the BMC. Not only a contract, They made payments through the foundation. A lot of the checks are through the foundation officially. On also a very important point. Programs were here, 2 to 3 programs, fundraising programs officially, locally, internationally, business people locally, Liberians locally, internationally supported this foundation. This is the biggest Pandora box that this government has opened. President Baka should understand that he has a foundation. Also register as an entity. He should remember that he will leave power and other people will come to power. His son has a foundation. Lawmakers have foundation.
Yeah, but before we get there, Greg, before we get about who all their foundation that connected to the president, let's talk about Plawiyah though. And I asked Senator Snow, who is the guest, right? Is it a bad thing to legally go after these people if plans to the mountain thing, he has something in hand? You don't know what he has. You are saying, and I will come to you, Honorable Greg, you are saying that you have all of the documents, and yet indeed, the best way to get it from BMC. I mean, hold on 1 minute. Are you agreeing with with Representative Gray yet, Senator Snow? The step that they are taking to go after, no, you will still speak. Akaros, I beg you, I won't bring in the senator. The step that is taken for asset recovery to go after BMC to produce a document, is it something illegal? Is it a bad thing? Hearing what Gray is saying, Senator Snow? Senator, can you unmute yourself, please?
Senator Honorable Gray is someone I have absolute respect for. I respect his view. I've expressed my view. He has expressed his, and I respect his view. We don't necessarily have to agree or disagree, but I respect his view.
No, but legally, I mean, you got to help us understand the audience that they are going to court. They are not going to take the key away from Madame Plawiyah and her people. They say, show us, give us the document. You build this place, BMC. I mean, if they are wrong,
I think what Akaros is saying is that let us proceed with caution. That's the former First Lady of Liberia, the wife of the immediate past president. Her foundation is brought under the spotlight. Akaros further went on to say that there are other foundations that are currently in existence. President Tubman was president for 27 years, but there was an end to 27 years. So you don't want similar situation going around tomorrow, and and it's considered the contrary. So I just hope, and my thing here, Stanton, like you said, going after farms, I hope my farm will be one of those farms, but I just hope that, and I heard, and I will say what I heard, I might be wrong, that Councillor Martin was queried or was stopped by heavyweights of going after other people that may now be in bed with the government. So I just want the asset recovery to be a little more transparent, more holistic, and and do the lady justice, cover all his eyes, and anyone he thinks that is of interest, he should be given a free will to investigate the asset, how they obtain the asset, and not just go after a particular group of people. That's my concern.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gray.
Thank you, Madam. The first thing is, Asset Recovery Team has asked for no document from the Clyde Marigold Foundation. Let me repeat. The manager of the foundation was invited on the 17th. He was asked 2 technical questions. How did they raise the funding? That's one. And whether they were government funding. He said no. They said they would call him the same evening on the 17th. They would get right back to him directly. They did not. Yesterday, they subpoenaed documents from BMC. This is what I'm saying to you. Nobody hiding anything, and nobody will hide anything. That's why the foundation has issued a statement tonight. They will never. I'm saying to you, the government of the Republic of Liberia, or whatsoever you call Asset Recovery Team, which is very illegal on the act that created a certain entity to create the Asset Recovery Team. The executive order is extremely illegal. We'll discuss that next time. The first procedure, if you believe that government vouchers were being raised, that checks were issued by the government of the Republic of Liberia, there are statutory entities that you can subpoena documents for. And what are those statutory entities? One, the Ministry of Finance, or the CBL. You can subpoena those documents to the government authority. But this government has nothing. It's a pure fishing expedition that they are on. Taking a government entities have issued check to BMC, and which is not possible. BMC has presented documents already to the government. So I'm saying to you, the right procedure should be to go to the government entities that are responsible for disbursement of government funding. That's my first position. My second position here, I'm saying they have opened a Pandora box. I want to say this. I want to be on record and go to ECOWAS people listen today. This country is very divided. Why can't we have to move? We have to take the military shuffling to take that foundation. I can tell you this. If anybody, whether on the show or outside the show, believe that elements who have come from the past regime, we believe in, okay, Mary and the rest of the country will sit and fold their hands. This is a litmus test. Let me repeat. This is a litmus test.
So that gives others a chance to ask the question. They can ask. So we on the show, because if you said this is a litmus test, let's say.
Yeah, let me conclude, Stanley. Yes, let me conclude. I'm in my concluding statement. This is a litmus test, not only for George Weah, it's a litmus test for all parties, government officials. It's a litmus test for the former ruling establishment, the Mighty Coalition for Democratic Change. It's a calculated attempt not just to demean and define the repetition of the former First Lady, to deprive her from soliciting funds out there. Okay, establishing a repetition. I hope lawyers will look into that, but will not take it lightly. I'm speaking authoritatively. Now, this will never ever in the history of this country be taken lightly. And this is a litmus test and will rise up to the occasion. We don't as a calculated attempt to destroy and diminish and destroy members who are critical about this government or people who are associated with First Family, the former First Family of the Republic of Liberia. This will not
Thank you very much, Greg. I'm going to bring in Russell real quick before we go to Fidela. Russell, I know if you have questions for Snow, if not, let's make a quick point. Yeah, though. I'm kind of confused with Greg. Greg said this is a litmus test, and we'll do this when Snow leave, right? Because saying that it would take the president, why well, we'll go to shuffling and bring military people. If we are that's where we should be in the code of law, right? But so let's hear you. If you have a question,
the rule of law.
Hold on 1 minute, Chief. That's why it's good to have you on the show. Hold on 1 minute. Let's see our brother Russell. Brother Russell.
Well, thanks, Stanton. I don't know, I particularly have a question, but I welcome the idea that we're going to be doing an investigation. The government is going to be doing an investigation. So Mr. Martin and his team, I think that's what we need to do. We need to do a full and thorough, investigation. But there's, clearly there's something wrong. We see the grinding poverty in the country. We see how things are so dysfunctional. The rule of law is woefully disrespected. I mean, you get all these issues going on, but we still want to argue that there is no problem. Oh, this is witch hunt. I mean, let's do the investigation and let the results lead to wherever it leads. I don't see this as a litmus test. All of this scarecrow tactics, and we have to start from somewhere.
You bring the police order, you support to grab there's nothing status here.
Well, Greg, you gotta respect your colleague, Greg. No, Greg.
What does Gregory
go ahead, Russell, make your point. Russell, make your point. You gotta
you know what we call this? It's kind of like you take a bunch of spaghetti and you throw it on the wall, you expect that something is going to stick. So you come up with all this bolstering and yelling and doing all this sort of stuff. You can talk from now until the cows come home. There is nothing. Neither am I. Nobody is shopping. I have a full-fledged government job in the United States of America.
Russell, let's make this thing. I'm here to contribute on the issue. Greg, you gotta wait and give the brother a chance to speak. Russell, let's go back to it. Senator Snow is listening. We will get into the crossfire later, but make your point. We got to go around the table here.
Finish up, Russell.
You know, I mean, there's just so many layers of corruption in this country. I mean, there are just so many layers of it, and there are so many levels of lies and deception. And the only way we can get to the bottom of it, Stanton, this is not accusing anyone. This is not pointing accusatory fingers at anyone. We need to do the investigation. So folks were found. I mean, Senator Snowe just said it here publicly that he welcomed the investigation. Folks can take a look at his farm and how he acquired the wealth to build his farm. You know, that's fine. Let us do the investigation. There's nothing wrong with that. There's no witch hunting yet. We have to start from somewhere. We see that things are not going right in the country. There's a problem, and we want to bury our heads in the I was going to say snow because it's just snow today, but bury our head.
You're not talking about Oliver Snow, though. You're talking about the snow in Venezuela today.
I know, right? But we, you know, so Stanton, I welcome that. It doesn't matter if it's the former first lady, if it's the current first lady. And for the record, I don't think that a sitting president or a sitting lawmaker or a sitting government official, in this case, President Bouazizi, should have an active foundation while he's in office. I don't think that is unacceptable. So we need to get rid of all of that. We need to get to the bottom of this, whether it was current first lady or former first lady or whoever. We need to follow the trail. We need to follow the record and let it lead us to wherever it needed to lead us to.
Thank you, bro.
Accusing people of all of
Thank
these
you. Thank you, Brother Russell. Senator Snow, you want to respond to what Brother Russell said, and we'll bring in our brothers Vendetta Patrick.
Well, I don't think there's anything there to respond to. I think he just made a statement. My thing is just let's do it right. And like I said, I know Edwin. I know Edwin Martin very well, and I just hope that we'll do it right. Let us not be seen as targeting a particular group. You know, because if we run like now, what Russell just said, the president has an active foundation. Matter of fact, someone told me the other day that they will try and get me some fertilizer from the President Foundation, because if I went there, I said they won't give it to me, and I laugh about it. The President Foundation, I think, made some donation to JFK and other places. The foundation has done more since the president became president than before he was president. Yes, he had a foundation before he was president, but they've done more goodwill now since he became president than when he was former vice president. So I just want us, let's proceed cautiously, and let us not do this as a witch hunt. If we begin to target a particular group, and I'm saying this to you, and it's from a reliable source, that Councillor Martin was opening a bigger Pandora box, but he was sent for, and it's alleged, he was sent for and said, no, don't touch this person, don't touch this person. They are cooperating with the government, or they are allies to us, so don't touch this person. So if the asset recovery will only go after people that are perceived or are allies to the government, then I don't think it's a good thing that we are doing. The other thing I want to say, Stanton, if nobody on this show, I don't know anybody on this show that I've known Madam Clara Marie Weir as long as I've known her. She's a very meticulous, very transparent, very honest person. And I will put my neck down to believe that Madam Clara Marie Weir will get herself involved into any corrupt practice, or will knowingly encourage anything that has to do with corruption with her foundation. She's very passionate about her foundation. She even had a fundraising, I think about a year ago. The same day Julie Andy went there and got dismissed the next year. I can't remember that the time it was, but I was there. I even made a pledge there. And she went raising money. So to link her foundation, and that's a foundation that, people talk about around the world. She's catering to, underprivileged children. To link that foundation to what it's been linked to, if it's for a right cause, fine. Let's go ahead and follow due process. But if it's targeting members of the Congress for Democratic Change or the CDC-led government, or affiliate of former President Weah, then let's think it twice, because this could be opening a Pandora box that could come back to bite us in the future. What goes
we got to bring in
what goes around comes
around. Do you think they are targeting the former president, his family, and the former government?
Well, I may not reach to that conclusion, but all of those that have been named or clipped so far are people that are in that cycle. So I hope that the asset recovery will be more holistic, will be more transparent and more open to coming to people like us. Like you say, we got fun. Come. There are other people who have built stores and everything around here, done a lot of other things. I hope, apartments, this and that. Let's look at it. And that's been seen as targeting a particular group. What goes around comes around.
Vendetta Patrick?
So I'm looking at the intentionality of the assets recovery team. Initially, there were speculations that the Clara Hope Foundation, that is Hima County Marshall, was funded through the office of the president or government money. And as such, that property belongs to the government. That is the intent and desire of the asset recovery for which the foundation is being investigated, then I have a problem. But if it is on the basis of doing their job to know how properties were acquired, and afterwards they move, that's it. Look, CEO and the rest of the panelists, government has a responsibility to also engage in charity. Let us be very clear. Let the Som Clara Hope Foundation receive money from the government. It went to the office of the First Lady to carry on certain activities. Maybe that led to the construction of that foundation. I'm not saying it's true, but this is just hypothetical. What is it about? Government is on record for giving money to private institutions. Right now, in previous government, private universities receive money from the government. Cottington, AMBU, UMU, Stella Maris, they gave money to the government. Government gave them money. But these are private owned. They use it so that they can reduce some of the stress on the part of the government to educate our children, our brothers and sisters. They give money to private clinics. Unfortunately, many of those clinics do not reduce the services. So, and also the government is under obligation to also go out. We saw in the case of former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, former President George Weah, Dakpana Taylor, they went out, convinced international humanitarian organizations to come here and invest. We have seen, and we currently see public officials, specifically senators and representatives, going abroad using Liberian portfolio, government portfolio, government diplomatic passports to make cases to other international organizations, even though they are officials of government. They gave them money. They have their private foundations. If these people were not in government, they were not elected officials, they did not carry the title as officials of government, they could not even convince certain people around the world to give them money.
So let's get to the question. We are losing Honorable Snow.
What I'm saying is, there's nothing wrong for somebody using an official position in the government to raise money for their foundation. I know in the case of Clara Weah, that's what I'm saying. If we say we want to go after Clara Weah, why about our senators? They're being schools, they're being clinic for their people, they are being educational institutions. Is the asset recovery prepared to go after them? Because they use the government portfolio to raise the money. So if that is the case, that you benefit from the government and as such, everything that government gives you, we got to confiscate. You know how many money went to private universities? Even look at the current budget. Plenty of money goes to, has gone to appropriated to private institutions. So are we saying that What are we saying? We got to be very clear. For me, like I said, the asset recovery is doing a good job. Let them execute that, but it must be on the basis of transparency and not wish hunt. That's my only problem. Thank you. I guess one more time. I think the
No, no, you can never have some more time after you get this 3 hours.
Go ahead. I'm already.
The man after the
man, we see you. I don't know you're consulting the Oracle as I'm talking. We only see your lips shaking. I don't know you chanting.
I do. No, because Senator McGill wanted to contribute. We're probably going to bring him on. But let's bring in Tama. Tama, what say you about this?
Thank you. VP Patrick always want to conclude, but let me just make a point here. I have one question for Senator Snow, but let me just make a premise here. I think, first of all, the war on corruption must be holistic, and there should be no sacred cow. We must applaud the efforts of the GMB-led government to bring an end to the culture of impunity. Madam Plawia, former First Lady, is a citizen of Liberia. She's an honorary citizen, and she must abide and submit herself to the laws of the Republic of Liberia. It raises questions, of course. Let the law look into this, and our fellow panelists, colleagues from the CDC side should stop crying wolf and calling this a witch hunt. What's on the snow? The question to you is, you as a sitting senator, you have oversight powers, you have subpoena powers. In your view, what should this government be doing differently in the war against corruption to end the culture of impunity?
Well, differently. Even Madam Salif, where current President Becker was vice president too, she declared corruption as a vampire, public enemy number one. There were attempts to fight corruption. So the Unity Party 1, 2, and now 3 has always had its own mechanism in fighting corruption. And I'm not going to sit here and, like you say, cry wolf if anybody is crying wolf or criticize the government for fighting corruption. I just wanted to be holistic. And I'm just saying to you, for example, the code of conduct, if you are a sitting official, even the president of Liberia, for example, if someone gives him a car in his capacity as president, that car is for the state. If somebody gives him a gold Rolex watch in his capacity as president, that Rolex watch is for the state. So tomorrow, if someone begins to go after those kind of assets, that you receive those assets in your official capacity, and it must be returned to the state, what goes around comes around.
Yeah, the shoes not on over here. Gil was standing watching for the president. So
we stick on our conversation. I didn't buy any shoe for the president.
I think the code of conduct said more than 250. I can't know it better.
We have to bring in Senator McGill. The president took $20 from his pocket, give it to Jacob Akoli and myself, Senator Snow. We went down the Wawa in Burlington. We bought the president's slipper for $12 US. We took the slipper to the president. The president put his feet in it, and that's it. Nothing more than $12, including taxes and all. So thank you very much, Snow. If President Baga get anything, it's not from me. The president took $20 from his pocket. Even they changed. I don't think Jay gave the president the change, but I said maybe Jay and myself it a change. That's it.
They asked the recovery account after you and Jay go for the change.
No problem. They can come out get the $20, but I think we ate a change. But let me bring in Senator McGill. Senator McGill, I have on the show Senator Snow with the rest of the team. Thank you for joining us. Welcome as we discuss the Cloud Foundation, Plawia Foundation, the former First Lady.
Thank you, Stanton. Sorry I was asleep when you called me for the first time, so I didn't answer. But I woke up and normally go to sleep a little bit earlier. But thank you, Sandra. Firstly, let me say for the record that the CDC, former officials of CDC, including Madam Clark Marie, we are very open to accountability and transparency. And I want to thank the former president for the statement that she issued, or the foundation issued, that the foundation will be open if and when a court request that the account and the operation of the foundation should be made available, should we make them available. But let me make it clear, as Minister of State, former Minister of State for 4.5 years, the First Lady was never ever a paid agent of the government of Liberia. She was never ever a paid agent of the government of Liberia. Yes, she held the title of First Lady. The Ministry of State took her office when she discharged anything on behalf of the government of Liberia. Now, the issue about government giving support to the First Lady office, like Carol said, it's very easy for the government to establish whether or not government money was used for the foundation. The government would have gone to the Ministry of Finance if a voucher was issued, or you can easily establish that the Ministry of State requested made a voucher for payment towards the Clark Foundation, because the entire operation of Ministry of State or the First Lady office support is done from the Ministry of State, so the government can get it. What puzzles me or confuses me is that the foundation told you that this company built my foundation. And I don't know whether you want us, whether the asset recovery wants to establish whether the foundation is saying the truth or the foundation is not saying the truth. But going to the company, I'm a little bit confused, because you go there, you see the voucher payment from the foundation. But mind you, BMC has also done work for government of Liberia, other contracts. And you can't, so I'm a little bit confused with what is it they're trying to establish.
But let me bring you up to speed, Senator, because I try to hold myself, but let me bring you up to speed. BMC, and thank God Senator Snow is here and everyone is listening, right? So, Russell, BMC did this work. The question folks are asking, Russell, are you with us? What are the work that is done by BMC? BMC was paid by the government of Liberia.
Okay, now.
And if BMC was paid, okay. So go ahead. I can break this down from our sources and what we say.
The other thing, I am 100% sure, and for a fact, for the record, that BMC has a contract, and as reported by the management of Clark Foundation, BMC has a contract with Clark Foundation. And all payment, the record will show very clearly that the Clark Foundation is very transparent, that they made payment of BMC from Clark Foundation account. You can establish that. So I don't have any fear. Absolutely, that Clark Foundation is innocent, that no government money.
No, we understand, like Gray would say, right? And maybe Senator Snow can speak to this if he can. Guys, let's understand this thing, because we are hearing a lot, and our sources, when I announced this, Senator Snow, if you remember, a few months back, I said Clark Foundation was in the picture here. They would investigate Clark Foundation. I also spoke about Samuel Tway and the $25 million mop-up exercise. Tway got mad. He said he was going to lawsuit, but that was a joke. I'm not holding that against him. But that's the fact. So let's stick with the Madam Clark Marie Foundation. I respect her. Senator, let me finish. The question folks are asking, and I said folks to generalize this, her office as First Lady, any of the money received by her office through the government, whether any of the money spent on the Clark Foundation, did the government, Chief, let me finish backing you. Did the government personally pay those contractors that work under the Clark Foundation
I mean, these are questions people are asking. People saying they got record today.
Let me speak for the Ministry of State during my tenure.
Yes, sir.
During my tenure as minister. Now, if the federal government wanted to say buy grocery from the supermarket, they will go to the supermarket and will take things and payment will be done to the supermarket. But for the Clark Foundation, there was no payment authorized. No payment absolutely authorized. Because the ministry still paying it, not being federally of it. Federally doesn't have a budget. Federally doesn't make requests, doesn't manage money. So I'm confused. How should we even request for money to be paid towards the foundation? But nobody pay money. It should travel to buy a ticket. Obviously, the ticket for the federal office to travel on behalf of government. But is it the foundation? You give money to the foundation.
Can I ask you the last question? We give time to the guys to come in, right? The second important thing here, Miguel, people are watching you, they are texting. So again, I'm not wanting you to be careful, but I'm just saying there's an open conversation. If the former First Lady traveled outside of the country, on the country account, her plane ticket, her hotel, from there you see where I'm coming from, and the former First Lady went into a program that generated funds for Clark Foundation, who owns the money? Who transported her?
Listen to me. The current president has no foundation.
No, I'm not talking about current president foundation. We want to stick with the Clark Foundation.
Let me just go to the record. I don't want to get into the hypothetical.
But now we have the show. That's why I don't want to get involved.
I can help to answer the question. I can help to answer the question.
Listen. President Walker, as a paid government official, government like paying him, he has no foundation. The president was not a paid agent of the government. She was not on payroll. Nobody paid.
Did she receive $700,000?
From where?
Under the George Monowia government, within the budget, were there any seven? No, Senator, hold on, Senator Miguel, I beg you, sir. You said she would never give her any money, and I respect that. But my question, being reflected, she wasn't a paid agent. Okay, but did she, under the 6 years of former President George Monowia, did she receive any budget allocation of $700,000? Oh, but you can't. But can't you? But can you answer that question?
You want us to go? Listen, this is a serious matter. I'm not going to be answering you on from what I'm saying. Her document is open, and when you go to court, we can come to court to defend her. It can be one of the witnesses to go to court to defend her because our former Minister of State, other Minister of State were there, the Minister of Finance will be there. You got to see the portrait. Go bring the documentation.
No, Miguel, that's what we said. And
I'm just saying, let me be careful.
I respect that, but I'm saying when we do it on the show, we gotta ask the hard question, record of grade. The thing is that you say she didn't receive any money, and I just asked you about the $700,000. You say you don't want to speak about it.
That question is irrelevant because she never managed $700,000.
Did the office receive $700,000?
The woman don't manage $700,000.
Did the office receive $700,000?
I'm not very aware of that.
So you didn't see it in the budget. Can I show it to you right now? Can I put a budget up on the George Monowia that is $700,000 were allocated in there for the office of the First Lady?
Why year was it?
No. You say you are not aware. I'm asking you though. You sure you can't remember or you are not aware?
Yeah. I can't remember.
Okay. I mean, to me, I think it's a fair shall let it go. Right? 1 minute. Let it go to court, and everybody will be able to speak to this. And that's why I never wanted to speak to everybody.
I can tell you, what I'm saying to you, we should be very careful. The Pandora bag we are opening. We should be careful. The Pandora bag we are opening right now. Most of the senators get foundation. The president get foundation. The first lady get foundation. The second lady running or people 77. All if people have foundation, they're running here and there, we should be careful. The Pandora box we are opening. The president himself, President Joseph Boakai, is running a foundation. We should be careful. The Pandora box we are opening. Now we're talking about FOIA. We're talking about $10 million project in FOIA. We don't know who's doing it. We should be careful. The Pandora box we are opening. The president is very open and transparent.
And I respect her. I read the foundation reply. It's unique. I respect her.
You want a record, the record will be available. If the court requests for a record, if Martin have any information, or the government have any information that the government money was used, they should present no facts. People will come and testify. I'm not going to go into the legal aspect. The foundation is there. The foundation will defend herself. And as former minister of state, during my tenure, I can verge and say we never give any money to her. In fact, the leader was very careful. Like I said last night, she was very careful.
My God, the former first lady is a decent woman. We respect her, right? No one going to defend her character. But the issue is that for you to say you don't know whether 700,000 were allocated in any one of the budget, it's surprising.
I can't remember.
Okay.
I'm not saying I can't remember exactly, because what I do know that there was no money. If the first year in 2018, I think 2018, and somebody put money there, the money was removed. You go in the budget right now. Right now, you ain't find me check your budget. If your budget can't change your whole budget. So when the budget comes, you see figure there, doesn't mean find me just change your budget. So if you see something when you see present budget and the budget in the draft form and you see money there. You don't want to change the budget and remove the money, and you just see the first draft. The current budget will get two forms of budget right now for the 2026. The first budget presented about 96 million now. That will be fine. They keep my sense of mistake. They change it, correct it.
So let me bring the guys in the been quiet, and I really do appreciate your call in. Thank you.
Investigation. I just want to provide clarification. This first issue, I want to provide clarification on was the Minister of Information statement. You know, we are in a business of saying who want to undermine the country. You know, I think the propaganda is now Minister of Information. And I want to repeat myself. And maybe Pierre needs to understand clearly and understand my English. If you know the party, let me repeat myself again for Pierre to understand. Because that's so much you talking about going on the build the country. Maybe something wrong with him. Maybe he does something very strong. That's why you don't understand what he's talking. Let me make it clear to him, Pierre, for Pierre to understand. President Boakai said in a last cabinet meeting that if you want to run 2029, you want to talk about 2029, you'll leave my government. The law went on the radio a few days. The law said the government is creating 2029 competition. Creating 2029 competition. And I said, if you want to create 2029 competition in today, even though you get 4 more years to run the country, if you want to create 2029 competition, let the president and vice president resign so we can have the election. And I've stayed by that position. That position does not in any way suggest that we want to run the country. So PR should focus on running the country and leave the propaganda. It's the thing the president was saying. It's the thing the president was saying. So I'm responding to PR. And we are ready to defend our records. We are ready to defend our record. So let PR understand what he's doing. Every day they say the Minister of Information and just make reckless comments. And some cabinet or in some members of the opposition, in some senators. Yeah, so they should focus more on running the country and talk about propaganda. So I want to make the 2 clarifications. So, and I still stand with my comment. If the government believe that they're doing well for the country, they are celebrating on December 6th, they're going to be talking about 2029. Let the president and vice president resign. I'm not calling for that president. I'm saying, you know, the president should order them to resign. They get 4 years, but 4 years maybe they want to have election now. They want to have election now. So it's not people coming to talk about somebody else. Something wrong with him. Maybe he told something very strong. That reason why he's making that statement for.
Thank you very much, Senator McGill. Thank you for
CEO.
Let me ask questions. You spoke already for
I just wanted to inject.
Hold on 1 minute.
We got to protect the sanctity of this media platform.
Kev, go ahead, please. Kev, go ahead. Okay. Magil is waiting for you. Go ahead, Kev.
Yeah, this question for both and Senator Snow and Senator McGill. And the First Lady and budget and the Hope Foundation is the same. Is any part on the budget that you see the Hope Foundation there is the same?
No, but Kevin, this is this. Let's assume, for the sake of argument, assuming the fact that they have money in the budget, the money has to be expended for the use of the foundation. You say that should be money. For sake of argument, the fact that they have money in the budget, firstly, the budget controlled by the Ministry of State, under the supervision of the Deputy Minister for Administration. During our tenure, I don't know what they're doing, how they're doing theirs. But the Ministry of State has to request the specific reason why the money will be used. Then like I said, maybe 50,000 are available for Cloud Foundation. Then that's the issue. Let's assume there was a budget line, say for the office. They got make requests for Cloud Foundation. Because right now we get budget line for the president of the bureau. And if the president tell me the money for the Ministry of State is using for Joseph Boga Foundation. Assuming there was budget line let's go with the debate.
We cannot hold this debate like this, Senator McGill, because what happened is that you say you don't know whether this First Lady had a budget of 700,000 or 200,000. We cannot hold it. We cannot hold the debate on what is happening now. We can question that if President Bouaga have a foundation, Madam Bouaga had a foundation, we can go after all of them. But the question remains, and I always say this is a fair game, isn't it? To see that as a recovery, it's asking BMC, the people that built the foundation, to provide documentation. Don't you think this is a fair legal way to go?
I don't know the rationale why they're going to the company, because they would have just gone to Ministry of Finance or go to Ministry of State. But they go to the company, I don't know the rationale, because the company, the foundation said that they provide information. They say the company they want to know whether or not whether the foundation was saying it true. I don't know. But I don't know the reason why they went to the company. They could go to the ministry, because the ministry spend government money.
Thank you very much, Senator McGill. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, ministry spend government money.
Yeah.
So I don't know why they go into the company.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's give others the chance. We appreciate you, Senator McGill.
Thank you.
All right. Jefferson, let's hear you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator, one thing I want to say here is that the CDC does not oppose any lawful investigation. No. What we oppose is the political targeting of a foundation that has helped thousands of vulnerable Liberians. The Claude Marie Weah Foundation is a legally registered foundation. If in my mind, if there were any question that the government had, I think the government first should have conducted an audit on the foundation. If you have questionable findings during your audit, then you can start to pursue other means. But to go directly to the company, in my mind, is targeting. You know, and they should avoid politicizing this asset recovery, because if they do that, it makes it to look like it's becoming a wish hunt against the CDC officials, past officials.
So Johnson, let me hear you. To go to BMC, the company that built the Claude Foundation, the Hope Foundation, it's targeting to go as BMC, the construction company is targeting?
Yes, Stanton, here is the due process. First, they should have, because it's a legal foundation operating on Liberian law. The first thing you need to do, the government can conduct an audit of CLAR Foundation. Conduct an audit on the foundation. If you have questionable findings from the foundation, then you can proceed to other means.
Jefferson saved me tonight, man. I beg you. You coming right back and say they must do audit before they go after the people. They are not locking the foundation down, Russell, right? They are not locking it down, Tamba. They are taking the necessary step to subpoena document. Why would sedition say these are witch hunt?
Yeah, but Stanton, you have to go after Stanton, the foundation. Stanton, you can audit the foundation.
Stanton.
Jefferson is right, Stanton.
So Stanton, let me ask you one question.
Citizens want to oppose everything, even if it is a good thing for Liberia.
No, Tama,
they fight against corruption.
Jefferson, you speaking, right? Jefferson, don't tell him to shut up. That be
you spoke here. I didn't give you.
But Jefferson, it apply to. Don't tell the man to shut up. Just go ahead. Ask me your question.
Yes,
Jefferson, you don't have to be very respectful.
But you're not being respectful. I'm talking.
You just say, I will just put you in the bag, but we gotta go, but man, stop. Let's have a good show. Jefferson, what's your question?
My point here is, Stanton, if for example, the government wants to find out about your structure in this country, the first thing they do, they come to you and find out how you got the money to build these places, how you running it, where are these support coming from, audit the foundation. It's operating on Liberian law. The government can audit the foundation, yes. Once you find questionable issues within your audit.
So let me ask you, Jefferson, you're a student of law. You're a student of law. Let me ask you, is it illegal to subpoena the document from the construction company?
So on what basis are you?
No, Jefferson, stop, Jefferson.
Yeah, it can be illegal depending on the basis you
So give us the reason why.
It's upside down. It's upside down.
Stop. Don't unmute yourself, man. I beg you, man. Let's do it one at a time, man. Yeah, you will not convince anybody. But let me leave you alone small. Let's take a break on you. Tama, I beg you, Jeff, we'll come back to you. Tama, let's hear you though. What's the illegal thing here? For us, and now, listen, we are not saying that.
You coming asking questions about legal, illegal things.
Tama, no, that you really don't know. So give him some respect, I beg you. Tama, let face that. I want to bring Gray in. Tama, real quick. Let me come to you before I bring Gray in. Akara's Gray. You have not spoken a lot yet. Tama, what's the illegal thing here? Even if the man went to the sweeper and said, tell me how you got paid. I need the document. Is it illegal though? What CDC scared?
Absolutely.
Why are they afraid right now that going to BMC, it will open up Pandora box? Look at the document, the response from the foundation. The foundation welcomed the idea. They are not crying. These guys are crying, whoa. If your hands are clean, don't be afraid to shake your elders' hands. But you come into crowd, Wolf, and say, well, you got to go to Shuffle. And I like my man, Gray. He will say all the things, and tomorrow you will say, Joey, I said they must stand down. Do you remember the party headquarters issue? But anyway, my man, talk to me, Tamba.
Yeah, thank you, CEO. Look, when the government agency, like the arrest team, invites you to say, come and show us how you build this or how you acquire this, the right thing to do is to submit yourself to that investigation, because this is an active, ongoing investigation. There's nothing illegal about it. They haven't charged them, they haven't indicted them, but I'm sure they have intelligence that shows that the CLAR Maria Hope Foundation received government funding. And even if Senator McGay failed or refused to answer the question, he was on the line and he's feigning ignorance. Like, you know something, but you don't want to answer. And he failed to answer the question tonight. He was a minister of state. And they know that every year they budgeted over $750. And over the 6 years, in fact, that budget increased. It was government allocated. $750,000. Yes. I think the first year. Come on, free and slip, right? It happens. But if you go 6 years, you are on government budget, and you say this money is for public good, whatever you build, whatever structure, whatever investment becomes a public good, and this is a public good. So I'm begging my CDC brothers, don't just oppose everything because you want to oppose everything. Look, be constructive for
Nobody
once.
opposing anything yet.
You see, now I'm speaking, you want to interrupt. Yeah, I'm not going to tell you to shut up. You can interrupt all you want. But be constructive for one. Engage the government. You know, if you want to support Madam Claudia, get her some of the best lawyers. And under Liberian law, for God's sake, you are innocent until proven guilty. So what is there for you to cry about? Let Madam Claudia Hope Foundation and the BMC team submit themselves. Let them go through the legal process, and then let this be adjudicated in court, not in the court of public opinion. We are here as analysts. We are here for opinion.
Take your time out. Let me bring you one to. I beg you, I can't speak. Hold on, I got to bring one to. He have not spoken because this is very interesting, right? I want to
speaking anyway. No.
Yeah, one to. I beg you. Let's get one to just.
Why you keep begging me all the time?
I want for you to next, so I want you to hang on small. I beg you.
Tonight.
Let me make it clear. Nobody is.
Let's hear you. I beg you, Jefferson. 1 minute, please, sir. Let's hear you.
I took my time to read all the letters because I want to come from a very informed perspective and also fair and constructive. Just as you said, the former First Lady endorsed the idea. She's very open. She's willing to present all of the documents as possible. But there are a lot of things to be able to consider here. One is the judicial concern over the subpoena letter. What we see here is that if you talk about construction contract receiving project, it does not, the document in itself fall on a civil or commercial jurisdiction. But the letters being presented here is through the Criminal Code A. So this is very concerning also as well. The other aspect that's also very important is under the Liberian law, petition for subpoena in criminal matters must originate from state prosecutor. No tax law has that standing of petition, especially in the absence of evidence. Then another thing to also consider in the letter, Stanton, is the absence of underlying indictment, complaint, or probable cause. So all the discussion we're doing here, it shows there's no evidence that the First Lady did anything. There is call for investigation, which is very important. And to achieve this, you must have probable cause. We have no probable cause in the letter. You must have pending case. The First Lady have had no pending case. You must even present affidavit establishing relevance. Like the same way I spoke about the previous case, this again is a justification that we are heading nowhere with this establishment. There's also contradiction, logical inconsistency in the allegation. Misuse of public funds, but the evidence must be required in misuse of public funds. There must be bank statement, there must be government payroll, there must be check. And the only evidence online that for an investigation team is to subpoena a private company to get that document, then that means the investigation itself have no evidence. Because before you even subpoena the private company, you must present preliminary evidence. So the defendant here is making a presupposition that, perhaps there may have been fraud or errors from the BMC company. And for me, I found this very concerning, Stanton. The other thing is, I don't think in any way, and this is very interesting conversation, we can talk more about it. The First Lady using a private company is not a precedent of the first. I took my time to read almost the last budget for the last 5 to 6 years. It might shock you to know in 2012, the First Lady under President Barker controlled the Group of 77. In that budget, there's a budget line on youth service. And there's a budget line also in that budget on the Group of 77. The total came to $1.8 million, directly done within the office of the First Lady. Is instituted in that budget, 2012. If you guys have time, take your time to read it, $1.8 million. So the First Lady controlled $1.8 million in 2012, which is the current First Lady we have now, but she was Vice President or First Lady under Vice President Parker. The final thing I want to say, Stanton, also very important, is that currently President Barker is running a foundation. Let me give you a list of some of the spending. In recent times, there have been 20 high tech incubators valued at US $320,000 now, November 2024. A foundation just did a donation. The other donation he did.
They will leave President Bwaga Foundation for a bit. The next government will have the conversation and they will question his foundation spending of any illegal transaction. Let's be fair. President Bwaga, the First Lady, Ketumah Bwaga, all his children there, they will question them if anything illegal. Right, Honorable Snow going again. But let's say Akaros Moses Gray. I want us to stick to this thing, Brother Gray. Snow, are you leaving us? I beg you, Gray, 1 minute. Okay. Thank you, Akaros. Yeah, you then will bring in Senator Snow.
I want to speak to the substance of the matter. What is substance? The accusation is the Clay-Murray Foundation. That's the thematic concern. The concern is not all the projects that have been done in terms of the 10 or notes submitted to the current First Lady for the office of the former First Lady, all of the projects, all of the constructions, the contribution, all of these things were being submitted. In fact, you can recall vividly that the current First Lady dedicated one of those projects on the RIA rule. Okay, you follow me? So all the projects are being listed, and all of those contributions are being listed. So first and foremost, any money allocated to the office of the First Lady of the Republic of Liberia, or under the office of the Vice President, for example, for such purpose, in terms of humanitarian or charity or renovation, that legal money, 103 persons sat and agreed on it, and they passed it. So there is nothing about illegality in terms of money being allocated for any purpose by the legislature rightfully. So if $10,000 were allocated for a school owned by a lawmaker by the legislature, it's legally done. But there's the case now. There's the case. The Clay-Murray Foundation is not a foundation where the government of the Republic of Liberia funding was spent on. It's a private foundation void of the government of the Republic of Liberia money. The government is not saying to Clay-Murray that will give you $7,000 or $700,000, okay, and what did you do with that money? That's not what Clay is asking for the asset recovery thing. That funding should be audited. That the first procedure to get the evidence on how the money was being used. Any money allocated to any office of a government official, you can audit. Not done that. They ran away from the issue of audit because there are documentary evidence to present that any money that were given to the Ministry of State, those money were paid to the various institutions that were doing work for the office of the First Lady. One of the old folks who were being renovated, like the one in GSA Road, for example, the one in Picano, and all of those things. All of those projects that government money went over 10 over the government of the Republic of Liberia. We're not talking about that. That's not the issue of money being allocated. What the government is arguing is that what Clay is arguing is that government money was diverted to Clay-Murray Foundation. That's the argument. So we got to dichotomize between those projects that were presented and turned over to the current First Lady and the Clay-Murray Foundation, which is a private entity established in 2018, a private entity void of government influence. There can be no argument to substantiate because the foundation itself presented itself, like I said, we're working on the 12th. The foundation presented itself to the Assets Recovery Team on the 17th. And the Assets Recovery Team asked questions about the foundation source of funding, payment, and running. And the guy was very clear in saying, in fact, the contractor is the BMC. Okay, and the foundation and the Assets Recovery Team said, we'll get to you tonight, before the day break. They didn't get to the Clay-Murray Foundation. The next thing we heard are some documents through the BMC. Now, that is a wish on. You say we should not go.
So let me ask you a question, Greg. Gary, you got to let us understand it. Everybody confusing us. If you talk plenty of that, you can confuse us. Let us understand you. Let's take our time and ask you some question. Yes, you are. You gave me a very important information. You said Asset Recovery met the foundation team, right?
17.
Say that again. You are breaking up.
November 17.
November 17, they met the foundation team, the Clay-Murray Foundation team. They met them.
The manager, yeah.
Okay, so they invited them.
Yes.
Okay, they spoke to them.
Yes.
And then through the conversation, the subpoena, thereafter the subpoena BMC. Am I correct?
Okay, there's the conversation. I don't
Now
want to
just answer my question. Am I correct? I'm not asking about the conversation.
They said we're getting back to the manager on the same day.
So after they spoke to the Cloudberry Foundation, Russell, and this is why CDC were asking, and this is our argument on the show tonight, because you're making it look like they never spoke to Cloudberry Foundation, they went straight for BMC. But yeah, Greg. No, Greg, let me finish now. Greg, I beg you, let me finish. I'm still asking you my question, so give me a chance. You stay on the floor. Stay on the floor. I want everybody to just listen, Conor Gray, Russell, all of us, just listen to this. You were fighting and said they didn't go to the Cloudberry, they went directly to BMC. You said you were wait, let me finish, then you say no again. Be patient. Yeah. You just said they spoke to Cloudberry Foundation. They did. And after they spoke to Cloudberry Foundation, guess what happened? They wrote the BMC, they subpoena BMC for document. What is illegal about that, Greg? You and your brother Jefferson, what is illegal about that?
Let me first correct you. I didn't listen to anyone saying yet on the show that they did not speak to the manager of Cloudberry Foundation. I said that even before now. I said the manager was spoken, probably you didn't get me, or maybe I know that.
You just saying it.
No. I said that the manager was spoken and they asked two questions.
But let make progress. You always let make progress.
I said you will ask two questions. Now we can make progress now. There's the issue here. Why do we believe is witch hunt? Are there not similar foundations, President Boakai, his wealth? For example, the $10 million project and nobody can claim it. Why cannot subpoena the construction company of the project, for example? Why you cannot subpoena the office of the first lady, the current first lady of the Republic of Liberia for a foundation, for example? Why you cannot summon the president of the Republic of Liberia for a foundation, for example? Why you cannot summon those senators who have foundations, for example? Why you not summoning them? There's cherry picking, because there are evidence to show first and foremost that there are hospitals, there are clinics of current and former lawmakers, okay, whose government money was appropriated through the budget, sent to that and paid. For example, the Vice President of the Republic of Liberia Hospital, the education.
Okay.
I am saying, I'm saying to you, even in the midst of those allocations, for example, that is sent through budgetary approval, appropriation, or through any source of the Ministry of Finance, that any voucher was being raised or a check to the Central Bank of the Republic of Liberia given to the Cloudberry Foundation. All funds raised funded by the Cloudberry Foundations are those funds that were being used to pay BMC, and still owe BMC some money to speak to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Akaris Gray. I would guess for tonight is Edwin. Thank you. Thank you, Greg. Thank you now. Greg, we got to say thank you. Let me bring in Edwin Snow, Senator Snow. Thank you for being so patient. I know we're keeping you over time. We really want to wrap things up with you and want to say thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I'm here.
So, Senator Snow, we try to close the program now, and everybody will have the time to close. It is important to note, though, they spoke to the Cloudberry Foundation team member. They spoke to them, and thereafter, they subpoena BMC, the construction company. You didn't say they are illegal. You said they must be fair and transparent across the board. I mean, hearing this from Akaris right now, what was your position? Do you think that this seemed like a witch hunt?
Well, again, my position remains the same. I don't know what it is, but I hope that it will be more transparent, and I hope that it will go across the board. If it seems to be targeting a particular group, then, it's going to kill the flavor. I also want to reiterate my respect for the former First Lady. She's someone that I know very well. And I have no reason to ever believe that she would encourage anything corrupt around her. Also, I want to say, let's proceed with caution because, you know, winter was on foundations, the different donations made by foundations. Like you said, let the nice government do it. But let's take time how we do it. Because it's a very thin line, Stanton. It's a very thin line. You know how many foundations we have today? There are a lot of foundations. A lot of new foundations. There are a lot of new improvements. A lot of new improvements. I mean, residences have different residents in this town have been remodeled, almost rebuilt. There are a lot of things. What goes around comes around. That's all I have to say. But I welcome it. I think if it's due process, and I think the statement from the office of the former First Lady, that's a very good statement. She's open to it. She's the job. I think they should go ahead and do the job. But let it just not be seen. You see, you stand up, like you say on the show all the time, you don't have a friend. One day you're talking to Snow, the next day you're dealing with him. One day you're praising CDC, the next day you're dealing with CDC. One day, so nobody can come on the show and say this is sent online. Because everybody gotta be careful how they proceed with you and how they deal with you. But if you just come on your show, like other talk shows that, you know, Jemima Woleko said she was going on tonight, you already know you're going to hear there. So whether you go there, you know the content, you know how it will start, you know how it will end. On Spoon, nobody know how the show coming start, nobody know what's channel coming, which drum channel coming be today, we want coming be tomorrow. One day you acting like CDC, one day acting like Unity Party. So let it asset recovery be a model of nobody knows what side stand on, nobody know what line you're taking. You come today, you do this, tomorrow you do the other one. But when you're so predictable and everybody see you going in one direction as targeting one group of people, I think it compromises your integrity. And that's my concern.
Before you leave, though, I beg you, it will be so unfair not to ask you this. Are you voting yes on the Oronto deal?
So, as you know, I chair the Committee on Hydrocarbon, Energy and Environment, and I'm reviewing all of the different comments and reading all of the different documents. I don't have a vote on that matter yet because I'm leading the process. So if I come now and say this is my vote, yes or no, then it means the entire process has been compromised. But I can assure you that the committee under my chairmanship, the committee under my chairmanship will work diligently in the interest of the Liberian people, and no stone will be left unturned.
Is it a good deal, Senator?
The committee will work diligently, and no stone will be left unturned.
Are they subleasing right now, the Oronto people? Have you asked LPRA or have you asked NOCA? Where are they in connection with other companies that we don't know?
The committee will work diligently and no stone will be left unturned.
Are you concerned about the first Oronto or are you more concerned about the second Oronto?
The committee will work diligently and no stone will be left unturned. Okay, go on there, my brother.
Have you gotten any commitment from other senators that they will be voting no on this deal?
Well, I respect their views. I've listened to Senator McGill. I listened to Senator Amara Conan, two of whom that I have very good relationship with in the Senate, and I respect their views. I've listened to other senators since they have not gone public. I won't mention their names, but at least more than 8 or 9 senators had told me they wouldn't vote for the deal. So I'm still listening. I'm still reading, and whenever we return to the public on this deal, it will be the decision that the Liberian people will appreciate.
Let me ask you a question. I know you're aware, but Liberian people really want to know. The group Atlas Petroleum International Limited have been coming up, and they've been working with Oronto before in other countries. It's a part of the agreement. Were they being discussed prior to the government giving them this black? Senator Snow?
Yeah, okay, I'm there now. So Stanton, as chair of the Joint Committee, I requested additional information from LPRA. LPRA made a submission today. I've not gone over the submission, but I've asked for documentary evidence as to where Oronto is doing oil exploration. I've asked for several documents. Senator McGill also have written me formally and made requests for several documents. So we expect the LPRA to present those documents. And once those documents are presented, we will make a determination and we will do the right thing for the Liberian people. And I want Russell to trust me on this one, that we'll do the right thing for the Liberian people.
I mean, it's a test for Russell. In one of those conditions, though, we heard about Atlas and Oronto. In one of those countries, I think either Senegal, one of the countries, and Mami spoke seriously about it. The Atlas Petroleum. Are we doing business with Atlas? Is there a provision in there to allow us to take Atlas as a guarantee, as in this deal? When you talk about Oronto, would they stand as a guarantor, I should say, in this deal?
So Stanton, well, we've read two production sharing contracts, one with the Liberian government through the LPRA and Total Energy, and another one is with the Liberian government through the LPRA and Oronto. We will be reviewing it, and if there are any subsidiary or any parent company, we will look at the clauses and what it entails. And let me make this public. As you know, Mami and I are not, that we've never been on the same political side as far as I'm concerned. He's been one of those critical voices, even with the Western cluster, Richmond, all of that. But my office will remain open to anyone who would like to work along with us in scrutinizing these deals for the interest of the Liberian people. So any concern you have, and Mr. Mame can be assured, if he has any concern, or anybody on your show, or anybody listening to me tonight have any concern or any input that they would like to make, I remain very open to that, and we can talk about it and we can work on it. Because when we come out with the final decision, I want it to be a decision that will have had a cross court involvement of all Liberians.
Have you ever sat down with Ato Eze?
No, I don't. I've seen his picture in the newspaper. I don't know him.
Have you spoken to him? Senator?
I've not spoken to him. No, I've not spoken to him. I've seen his picture in the newspaper.
My last question, because it's almost 1 a.m. I beg you, Senator. We came across this and we published it last week, right? And are you concerned about these different companies that are coming up? Because it will fall under you. The company like Liberty Petroleum, Benin Oil and Gas, Tariq Oil and Gas, Cabral Energy LLC, Transoceanic Energy. I mean, are you concerned that we are giving more all black and these people not even paying the signing bonus like Oronto? I mean, what can you tell us tonight?
So Stanton, even my family knows that I'm a key follower to your show. Every day, once I'm available, I follow your show. So for the first time I saw this was on your network. I've now received any formal communication, neither have I had any conversation with anybody regarding those blogs that you just purported blogs that you just posted. If and when it ever comes to the legislature, it will come to the Hydrocarbon Committee, and we will have a public hearing and we'll ask the necessary questions that we need to ask. But for now, I have not received any formal communication regarding those blogs.
Again, Senator Snow, thank you very much. We do appreciate your time on the show. Have a good morning at your end.
It's always a pleasure, Stanton. Thank you very much.
You're always welcome, sir. Have a good night. Good morning.
Good night.
Yes, yeah. So let's wrap the show. We're done from our end. We're going to go to you for our closing. Mr. Russell, you go first, and then we'll go to Vendetta Patrick, Jefferson Chelsea, and we'll make our way around.
Yeah, thanks. is, but okay. That is, yeah, thanks. You know, just make it quick, short, and snappy. There are a lot of things that are happening that are responsible for, I believe, responsible for the coup in Guinea-Bissau and the numerous coups that have taken place throughout West Africa. And I know many of my colleagues have asked some pointed questions relative to that. I think ECOWAS needs to look at governance issues. I think ECOWAS needs to look at corruption within the sub-region. I mean, there are a lot of these things that have been brewing under that. I mean, we're looking at Guinea-Bissau today, but we know what have happened throughout West Africa. And so it cannot just be an entity that is going to intervene or show up after the fact. And they do these sort of mundane type tasks, albeit important, but mundane tasks of election monitoring and all of these things. How are they holding these leaders and these different legislative bodies to account? The corruption is widespread. Disenchantment is widespread. Unemployment is crippling all over. Poverty is at an increase. So what is ECOWAS doing about all of these things? I think that is critically important because there is a push and pull factor in all of this. And the least common denominator, I believe, is corruption and lack of good governance throughout the sub-region. So we can not just helicopter in when there's crisis and expect us to solve it. I'll expect, our ECOWAS expect to solve it. ECOWAS, as a regional body, it's no secret, is losing its relevance because it's not tackling these issues that are holding people in abject poverty. With respect to the ongoing investigation, I think it is good that the government needs to carry out the investigation. We should not be afraid of the investigation. We should not be afraid of any investigation for that matter. Let the investigation come, but I do agree that it must be fair, it must be equitable, it must be done right. But let the investigation come. We all, as soon as we talk about corruption, if there's someone who's close to us and everybody get all hot and bothered, but we see that things in the country, things are not going right. Things are not going right. So let the investigation come, and let's see what happened. But it should not be with just one group, but it should be across the board. And again, I will emphasize that having a functioning foundation while you're in office, that's wrong. That's a recipe for problem. That's conflict of interest. It creates all kinds of problems. The president should not be running an active foundation while he's in office. No lawmaker should be doing that either. No first lady should be doing that either.
I agree with you. Thank you. But my only say on this is that the next government that will come in, they may tap on what is going on and prosecute and investigate these guys that are now running with their own foundation. Vendetta Patrick's, let's hear you closing, sir.
So thank you to my
panel speak. Hope you will not tell me, let's do your closing tomorrow like yesterday. I've been here 3 hours now. I'm still waiting. I'm not saying.
You know, 3 hours.
Our time is ringing. Our time is ringing.
You came here 7:08.
You don't realize it. You don't realize it because it's me.
Let the man close by. You will close by. You always come late on the show. Then you won't come.
That's why I'm going to come because I'm not giving relevance.
Okay, then, my man.
So what's not coming straight?
My man, but I don't understand our show back. Vandera Patrick, close, man.
CEO, I was once in
Vandera Patrick, close, please.
No, don't disrespect.
Yeah, I'm closing.
I beg you, Colonel Gray, stop interrupting our show. You were close. We're not running away from you. You were close.
Extension, are you right there? Then when
Colonel Gray, you were close, my man. Bye, stop disturbing us. You were close. You can't late to class and you want to disrupt the class. I mean, Vandera Patrick, please close. Let go, man. Colonel Gray, leave me alone, man.
Unmute my cousin, seriously.
You want to with CDC, don't go offended of it. Vandera, you don't want to close or you want to close?
I'm closing, but you're not talking noise. I don't talk in noise.
Yeah, but stop, get close. Leave Colonel Gray alone. The man want to target CDC, like he target CDC. Do your closing.
No problem. So, CEO, as I close, you did something here that was not right, and I'd like to point it out. We condemn other people when they come here to insult other people. The senator from Magidi used undigested words that the Senate once condemned. You remember we beat the guy from Information Ministry here, that they are not propagating the government message and they are abusing. We condemn them here. So for somebody to come here and use undigested words, I think.
What did he say? What did he say?
Said the Minister of Information took something very strong.
That between here and the Minister of Information, they are public servants.
Condemn the other people.
If you want to run against my girl, don't use this place to be your top.
You gotta go
do your show. Why you don't let we'll come to you later. Jefferson Chelsea, can you close? Let go. Let him leave me, man. I won't close. You think our campaign player for you to come run campaign against my girl? Leave me alone, man.
My man. Can you bring the man back? Don't do that. Don't attack a
police. I'll take the man. All the man tell yourself, my man. Stop, man. The man can't sit there and can't run campaign against my game because you know so you think I hear for that nonsense. But Joseph Chesson close back. You can't
all right, thank you.
You run against my game beat you in the election that ain't frustrating you. Then you say on that just said what? You better leave me alone. Joseph Chesson close, yeah.
Against that, as I said. The CDC encouraged the investigation, and they are open up. Our only problem is that the investigation should follow due process. It is the assumption of the government that Madam Clara Marie-Wia used of her office to build the foundation. And I'm saying if that is the problem, then go and audit her office, audit the foundation. Then when you get enough evidence, then you can move on now for indictment. But to go directly to the way they're proceeding, in fact, makes it appear to be witch hunting. And that is terrible for our country. Because you see, Stanton, what makes this terrible is that the president has a foundation. The former vice president, Joseph Boakai, his wife ran a foundation for 12 years. He's not going after that foundation, but he's going after Clara Marie-Wia. These are bad signs for our country. Joseph Boakai's sons are running foundation. He's not going after them. He's going after former officials of the CDC. And these actions in our mind shows that this government is witch hunting the CDC official for the purpose of silencing the CDC. Let's follow due process. Let's be general. Go after everybody and don't go after one person or one group of people. It's bad for our country and we should stop this. Because listen, I don't care how long United Party stays in office, they will one day leave the office. And when they do leave the office, other people will go after them as well. And it does not set a good precedent for our country. The Joseph Yuma Boakai government has to be clear and decisive on the fight against corruption. To do that, we must go after everybody, even in the legislature. The vice president now has, huge property around that he cannot even account for. Why isn't this asset recovery going after Jeremiah Quinn? He talked about farm. Jeremiah Quinn, one of the people that have very huge farm that he got from in the legislature. He came to our legislature broke. but now he's rich. So why isn't the answer inquiry going after Jeremiah Kuhn?
So let's partake with that argument, right? And let me try to see if I can help us. The next government will go after everyone that illegally destroying our country in this government. We'll write them down, we'll go after them. Right now, let's talk about the past government. Even if President Bouaka failed to go after them now, the next government, I can guarantee you, will go after them. So let's talk about whether this Clan Mari ever received money. And that, listen, they will not bully themselves. They will not prosecute themselves. It is the Liberian people that will make that decision 2029 to bring justice, and the next government will do the same. And I will be happy. But to say because they're not doing it to themselves, we shouldn't go after other people. The only thing we ask for, that the law be the law. Now, Winfred Russell, I beg you, Jefferson, you're finished. Winfred Russell, look at this. Look at this, right? This is 2018-2019. And this is why my girl don't want to answer. Humanitarian outreach of the office of the First Lady. Russell, you seen it? 500,000.
Yeah. Wow.
500,000. If we listen, if you allow us, we can stretch this thing. And that's why I'm saying, everybody, let's just wait. Maggie, as Minister of State in the executive mansion, knew when the law came about, they stretched this, and you know what they did? They put it under the executive mansion again for 2019, 2020, 2020, 2021. And I'm not accusing, I love Clan Mari Wea, the former First Lady. She did a great job. I'm happy. But I asked my girl intentionally, and people say, Stanton, where is it? There you have it. $500,000 were given to her 2018, and everybody said, look at the odd terms. And this is not joke. People can go up and come down. We got so many documents, but we take it lepe, because you know why? We don't want anybody to say we are witch hunting. The office of the First Lady, humanitarian outreach of the office, is 500,000. So don't say she wasn't in the budget. Don't say she didn't get the money. I'm coming to you, Honorable Gray. I beg you, wait 1 minute. I got to bring Conor Gray in because it's true he's been here for almost an hour, 30 minutes. Conor Gray, that bring you in for you to talk. I'm going to argue. I'm here to argue with a retired colonel that shoot on SAP. But Conor Gray, though, you saw what I put on, right? So what's the argument? Did she receive money in the budget? Even if that one time, say yes. But Sedisha would not say yes. They will say that which one. What say you? Now you see the budget of 2018, 2019. What say you?
I know our one it was 750,000.
Well, explain what the other one went.
So there's nothing. Firstly, let me define what a public foundation, private foundation. A private foundation is funded by one or probably a family entity. Take the Bill Gates Foundation, the Soros Foundation, the Sloan Foundation. They are funded by one individual. That makes it private. Senator Snow was there. He said that foundation, the Clan Mari Foundation, was funded by so many individuals that he knew. That makes it public. So it's not private. But all of this hoopla is coming from the fact that people are regretting now why they did not audit the Madam Sirleaf administration. It's late. So this is displaced aggression. They're angry. Now wait, when we come back, this will not go free. But that does not mean President Bouaka will not audit or carry on audit. Look, if you want to be in office and run foundation, like you said clearly, Stanton, the next government has a platform to bounce, to legitimize its action. And this was what we're praying for in this country. This will be the end of impunity, because I will pay my debt when I get there. And that's how it's supposed to have been a long time. The other post said no, because the fear was that if I prosecute them, then I can't do certain things. So they gave themselves the free corridor to run. But President Bouaka don't have to follow that recipe, because you know what? He came on the mantra of getting rid of the same impunity. And he's trying his best. Look, nobody will like it. Some people will be yelling at yes, scare tactics and all. People are using this, oh, if you do this now, we'll come after you. But this, mind you, these were the same individual who said, President Boakai don't have the spine. He can't do anything. Nothing to us. Now they're pushing, they say, witch hunt. You know, look, these are the reasons why this country continues to struggle under the eaves of corruption. We have to be able to stand up. Look, no matter what happens to President Boakai tomorrow, let's face it, this is a precedent that we almost follow. And Clamary, there's a probable cause. Clamary did not open or establish a foundation when he was selling Kobo in the streets of New York. She never even had the power. She came to divide. I mean, the first lady's a platform before she opened a foundation. If Clamary had that wherewithal, she would have opened that foundation a long time. Even in a originating country of Jamaica, she had nothing. Now, clearly, she opened a foundation with so many buildings, lavishing. Well, that's a probable reason to.
Thank you. I mean, I got to speak for anybody, but I would just say this. So great. Let me hear you, my brother. I can't.
Yes, you put out a budget and Stanton will be unfair as a former lawmaker not to X-ray what you put out. The budget that you put out $500,000 is 2017-2018 budget in monitoring. Please put it on the seat. Steve,
I want you to be on the record before I put it up again. You say it's 2017. But let me ask you now. You say that what year is it?
Let me speak. The 500,000 like pointed out in our budget and the outend is 384 million. Little 384,000. I think the $500,000 in the outend. That is 2017-2018. So put it under the public see the $500,000 that you spoke of. Then I will conclude myself. Yeah.
Okay. So let's take it one step at a time before I put it up. You said the 500,000. You said the 500,000 that is
written. Yeah, the $500,000.
But wait, let me ask my question. We hear you. You said the 500,000 that we just put up is 2017-2018.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Everybody heard you say yeah. Okay, so you were in the reason why I asked you over and over.
2018 budget $500,000 for office.
Can we fit in now? So you were in the Senate. I mean, you were in the House at the time, right, Honorable Gray?
Yes. All right.
Okay. Why in the House at the time? How the budget usually run then?
Okay, can you put it down so I can speak?
Yes, sir. Tell us how the budget. You used to run this budget.
Yeah. So this is how the budget has been run. This is how the budget.
It changed now. It changed. So let's go back to 2017.
This is how the budget has been run. The budget will start by June of the year, June or July. It runs into the following year, June or July. Yeah. So if you put money into the budget for
no. So wait now. Wait. Don't run on that. I beg you, Chief. Wait. Russell, you heard what he just said? But wait now, Russell, you heard what he just said, right? From June 2017 to July 2018.
I do agree with you.
But wait. But I can't respect my brother, Honorable Tanaka Tobika Gray, want us to believe the 500,000 wasn't clear. We have 500,000.
But let me tell you why I want you to even.
No, don't tell me why. Don't tell me why. I want to put it up again. I want you to correct yourself. No, Chief, I'm begging you. We all follow you. You the lawmaker here. Nobody ever. Can you take it back first? Can you take it back?
I'm not taking anything back. You know why I'm not taking it back? You know why I'm not taking it back? Because there's the level of misinformation that has been presented and a lot of educated people here. The budget was passed under Ellen Johnson Sirleaf 2017. Clark Weir was now first lady. Let me repeat.
Yeah, but great. Be straight. This is Unity Party budget. Stanton is taking you somewhere. That's your ticket.
Wait for your time.
Kev, I beg
you
you,
take
Kev,
the budget. Stanton flashing. You catch it. But you catch it. You got it.
Kev,
but Stanton taking you somewhere.
Kev, excuse me. Sometimes
go ahead. You're not getting again. We'll meet him.
Sometimes when people send information to the network, we should verify it because you're speaking to an authority here. The budget was passed under Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, not a CDC budget.
No, we're not asking who passed the budget. We're asking who passed the budget. Great.
That's why we say. That's why we say she be audited because when the budget was passed under Ellen government, there's a possibility that maybe
you cannot run with this one. Great. You cannot run from this one.
Ellen Johnson Sirleaf will take the money or in the federal office and eat the money.
No, you will not run with this one. Great.
No, but the budget is not we budget.
Great.
The budget by law. The budget that was passed under the Unity Party administration. A clear argument.
You're not making tonight. You're not making tonight.
You can't run away from that. Let me close. That one you can argue later on. Everybody here know that the budget used to be from July to July.
The question we are asking you.
From January to December.
Can you allow us to ask a question?
If you ask me where I conclude my statement, you're close.
Yes, sir, you will conclude. I beg you.
Go ahead, sir.
Great. Let me put this up again, right? I beg you, my man, don't take us to Sonny Way. They keep us right there in Yucatan. I want to be in North No. Yeah, great. The budget year, Russell said 2017 to 2018, 500,000. During those days, under Akara's grading, the budget used to run from June to July. Exactly. The budget was already cast in stone from June 2017 to July 2018. Who ate that 500,000 for the office of the First Lady?
That's what I said. No, that's what I said.
No. Great. I'm not asking who put it there. I'm asking who ate it.
Unity Party ate it.
So that Unity Party was fair in it.
Can you imagine one of the Unity Party government? One of the reasons why I never voted for the budget. Let me tell you this. Because nobody knew that John Wall won election to put money there for John Wall. No. Boyka presided over that budget and put money there for the office of the First Lady. It's not Josh Weah. Okay, let's repeat. President Boyka presided over the 2017-2018 budget. When you were vice president of Liberia, you can't put a spin on this thing. They can put in the budget for the office of the First Lady. When they never have First Lady, we have First Lady. One of the reasons why I used to vote for the budget. We know how First Lady of Liberia, but Biden used to put money in the budget for First Lady. It's there, it's written. The budget was passed 2017, that corruption that will talk about selective justice. But we are saying that Kalambati should go after them. We are the first lady who took that money. That's the argument. Because nobody predicted that Georgia were one that were being first lady in 2018. That budget was passed, the money post in the past budget for first lady. Who are the first lady? Stanton, that will say that face the death of wisdom, that face the death of justice. That's selective justice. You pour money there on a Unity Party for first lady. But I can't clear the money. You pour money there for if you start on the budget, then you're running.
Thank you very much, Great. Thank you very much. Let me bring up Kev Hassan. Anyway, we jump Hassan.
Remy, I want to say something to my brother Remy quick. You know, when I entered the whole boy, you was selling better ball. We are working at bank and being honest. Good money. She married to a millionaire. There's a difference between your mother and Clark. We are. So be happy for the better boss seller and the woman who have more money than your mother who was a better boss seller. You okay? She was not selling car out on the street like you indicated. We got to be very clear about this tonight to you people. And people will not have rule on the show where life goes scot-free. Okay? We'll never allow that to happen. My man.
Cloud, we have a restaurant in New York, my man. Don't go there.
You can't go outside, you go restaurant.
Man.
Go there,
What's wrong with that? Yes, that was better than studying.
Cloud, we have Lapa Bido in New York. No, nothing wrong with that. It's not a disrespect. But Tama, let's hear you. Let's hear you, Tama.
Jeff, you can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but you gotta wait, Kev. After Tama.
Thank you so much, CEO. I'm just going to brush up a little bit more on the Cloud We Are, Hope Foundation issue. Here's what I say. If you look at the original budget, and I stand to be corrected here. I remember the criticism that the First Lady office received when the budget were put in, the $500,000 were budgeted for her in the 2017-2018 budget.
It was for
my recollection is that was a recast budget, Stanton. The original budget from the Unity Party era, they didn't include the $500,000. After the CDC took power and they recast the budget, and then they included $500,000 for the First Lady's office. Great, we can't hear you. And that's an issue. But it became a public outcry because people were like, how will a non-elected public official like the First Lady be receiving appropriation in the budget when we have schools and clinics that don't have the facilities and the equipment and the medicine for our people? And that's the crux of the matter. When a public foundation receives government funding, that public foundation is subject to scrutiny. It can be audited, and that's what's happening. I think they should subject themselves to the law, let the law take its course. My final point tonight is going to be on the coup d'etat that happened in Burkina Faso, Guinea-Bissau. Guinea-Bissau coup today really, brings into scope again what is happening across Africa, where we have weak institutions, where governments are failing their people, especially the young people, where institutions are very weak, and the military is quick to swoop in, and derail the democratic process. It's a shame. It is a shame. And this is where our regional bodies like the ECOWAS and the AU have really failed the people. They have failed to step up. They have failed to engage early. They have failed to be proactive. They have been very reactionary. And this is not something we ever wish to ever happen in Liberia. Because let me tell you, what is happening across our continent, Stanton, it is a shame, where we have abundance, natural resources in abundance, and the people are suffering. They are poor, where external hands are still trying to influence, our future, the future of this generation. And this is where we, as young people, as advocates, as activists, we need to shine a light on it. We need to speak against those ills. Look, Liberia, we can't go back to a coup d'etat. It would never happen. Wishful thinking. So to close tonight, my fellow brothers across the aisle, let us believe in the rule of law. Whatever this government is doing today when it comes to audit, when it comes to transparency and accountability, I'm not saying they are perfect, but as the CEO said, this is going to set a precedent. And it is unprecedented for the office of the First Lady to be audited. And I think we hope that this is in the right direction, and that tomorrow the next government can also look back and hold people accountable. It is time to end the culture of impunity in Liberia once and for all. Thank you, CEO.
I would say this time, even they will audit the president's office. There's a command. They should audit the office of the president, Colonel Gray. Is that why I come to audit them?
Yeah.
And the next government will come out and audit, and our country will be better. Why do people are afraid?
Yeah.
Audit Joe, we are office. Then when next government comes, to audit JMBN, audit Katuma Baka. And our country will be better. It happened in the advanced work. Don't be afraid. If you know your hands are clean, don't worry. Audit. But on the budget, my brother Akaris will try to play game. They recast the budget, like you said. They came back afterward. They included we have 500,000. And then when people blow up, they went ahead and said, "Oh yeah, we will not do it next time. You forgive us." Let me tell you something. We have the document. We know what asset recovery looking for, right? But we take it step by step. BMC will produce. And you know what was sponsoring that thing? I don't want to get there, but let me do it briefly before we want to come in. Okay. Other entities and SOEs, they were contributing to that foundation. They were. This is deeper than we say now you're talking and playing your card. This is very deep. And that's why I say I don't want to talk it. I want to waste more. This is deep. Colonel Gray. This is very, very deep. The Freeport at the time contributed. The other group at the time, they contributed. We know. We are saying something. And BMC will talk. But not my business. Martin will handle it. If nothing in it, nothing in it. We'll continue
you said that recap.
But I will say this to you. Maybe our brother want to. I agree with you. A President Boaga can tell us the machine that worth $500 billion. We'll prosecute him tomorrow if the document is not right. That's fair play, my man. But right now, I like what Madam Claire Marie said. She will cooperate, her foundation will cooperate because she have done nothing wrong. And that's unique. Let's hear you. Close this show, then we'll go home.
In my closing, I want to, appreciate you, Stanton, for
we can hear you. We can hear you. I'll meet you.
You know what they call recaps.
But Wanto is speaking though. You want to interrupt Wanto?
No, we gotta correct the people because he knows.
No, but Wanto is speaking. Are you taking Wanto time? Then you will not speak. Though Wanto, I mean, that's it.
Can you imagine sitting on the show and talk about recaps?
So let me close on it. So I want to.
2018 budget. You can't talk about recap.
Wanto, are you not speaking?
I'm speaking though. So I want to start off.
Wanto, you're not speaking. You're lying.
I dismantle your argument. That's why you want to come at me. I dismantle your argument. Wanto, go ahead, man. I want to close.
I beg you guys. Let respect the young man. Man, great. Get a match. The man, fiancé to be from County Cape Man. Respect the man, my man. The man took a woman from Cape Man. So go ahead, Wanto.
We had a very interesting conversation, and Stanton, I appreciate you for bringing a geopolitical conversation. Interestingly, our politics is so polarizing that we forgot, to think about the security implication from the first conversation we had. I think my recommendation is that President Parker should, when he returns, he should summon his security advisors and have critical conversation what steps Liberia should take, especially the growing coup d'etat. The other thing is a call for us to be more united. This is a very fragile country, regardless of the fact that we are democratically strong, but our past showed that we are very fragile in all dimensions possible. The other thing I want to talk about is, and like you said, Stanton, we are on par with the fact that the First Lady is very open to the investigation process. She has an impeccable character, very driven integrity that is publicly tested. And the other thing that's also important that we should not forget about is what she is initiating. The Project in Conversation is a public humanitarian project providing school at the highest possible level for girls in Liberia. This is something that I think is unprecedented. It's a case study for our education system, in the next 5 years to see where these young kids will be, because they are learning some of the best possible tools in that school. They have some of the best accessible resources as well, which is something that we should not take our mind from what she's doing. I think it's incredible and we should appreciate it. Notwithstanding, I appreciate the call for transparency. I think investigation should be the hallmark in any political system. But Stanton, it must go on with facts and evidence. The last thing I want to highlight is what I read from the budget. The truth is, a recast budget is not the definition of what we are saying. Either we can say there were budget scrutiny or mistake made in the past, but clearly, from the information being laid out, Stanton, it's a 2017 budget. So we could probably criticize the Unity Party for not having clear understanding of how the budget is, but the budget is reflected in 2017. And the timeline of debate for that budget is far from
can I ask you a question if you say that? So who ate the 500,000?
So the budget has an odd turn. That's what I wanted to say to you.
I beg you, great. I'm asking Wanto, who ate the 500,000?
It has an odd turn. The odd turn actually is not even 500,000. The odd turn is
okay. Who ate the $1 that came from that Wanto? Who ate the $1?
Yeah. So in a report, they say the budget was already used before 2018. That means the earth turn showed that the budget was used in 2017. The Ministry of Finance budget has all of these breakdown called budget earth turn. That means the amount used
So the author say was used when?
It was used in 2017. So this year budget.
One, two.
I'm sending the budget.
We're not talking to you here. We're talking to 1, 2. I beg you. So 1, 2. Let's come back tomorrow and we'll discuss more. It's after 1 a.m. in the country. I want us to close with Kev Hassan. Kefiko, you have not spoken. Close the show, Kev.
Kefiko, I see the cap of the budget.
Yeah. First of all, let's get this straight here. The budget is a law, right? If First Lady in 20 years, 30 years, 20 years to come is a law. So let's get that straight, right?
Nobody say anything contrary to that.
I'm going somewhere. I'm not saying that because you know where I'm going, and then
no, I know where you're going. I'm just saying that everybody know that the budget is a law. Don't say something new to us.
Yeah, Akaras, please.
Everybody know that the budget is a law. Yeah. Don't say something new to us.
So let me say to you now. Let me say this to you, Stanton. Let me speak to you. So if the asset recovery want to audit, will they audit the contractor or they will audit the budget? And if they see anything, and audit the foundation.
So you asking me to answer? Should I answer you?
You answer. That will be.
I answer you then?
No, Stanton.
You say you're talking. What's the other message you're talking to me? Should I answer yes or no?
Okay, no. No, let me finish. No, let me finish.
Why want me to answer? Then you said no.
No, I say you answer, but let me finish, Stanton. So where you what you're trying to do here is you're trying to put the two together. The foundation ain't got nothing to do with the budget of the First Lady, because you can audit the budget. You can audit the budget. So when you do that,
what are you saying?
When you do that, right? When you do that, you're confusing the people. But let me tell you.
What are you saying? You go to say something. What are you saying?
But
what's your question for me?
The man said the
man is speak for himself. You're not in chapter.
Yeah, but let me say this. Let me say this to you. There's a lot of orphanage that Claudia, the First Lady, gave back to this government from most of these budgets.
We are not saying anything about orphanage.
So but the whole foundation is an orphanage. It's an orphanage.
We're not talking about the orphanage. We are talking about the budget. We are talking about the money. We are talking about the
budget.
So what we're saying here is that what we're saying here, Gray, what we're saying here is that you cannot go and not audit the foundation, right? Wilfred, audit the foundation and see where the money going. If you think the money comes from the budget, so all you do, start not talk about people, right? Go there. You got Sheku Dukle there. Why can't you bring out all this document? Then somebody will give you a 2017 budget signed by the past government and bring it up. Yes, I think so. That budget came into the Unity Party government signed that budget 7 months before Joe Weah came to power. 7 months before Joe Weah. So how can you bring a budget, right? How can you bring a budget to justify? But even if that it's a law. Even if that it's a law. So nothing illegal here. Nothing illegal
Some
here.
Don't pull
the two together.
Kev, you get tired. Kev, you were yet tired. Okay? Because I think that you are not getting it. You get it about off the show. As a recovery is not going. As a recovery is not going after off the show. They are where they say, Kev, hold on, my man, start yelling. They are where they say follow the money, right? Russell, remember your time feeling, we gotta go. Russell, remember, by your time feeling, Russell, follow the money, right?
Yep.
Follow the money. The money will lead you. The money is the trace, right? And I want to say to all Liberian people, nobody is accusing Madam Claudia. We wish her well. I like her. I love what she said. She will cooperate. The foundation will cooperate, and this thing will come to an end. And she's a very brilliant woman, decent woman. I respect her. She served our country well, but they will follow the money, and Claudia and the foundation will cooperate. C'est fini. And we set back the document we have in our possession, the receipt, the everything, the bank records. When the time comes, we'll put it up. But I remind you guys, I said they were going to go and investigate Claudia Foundation and listen. I won't tell you anything again. I will not tell you anything again. Thank you, Akash Green. See you tomorrow, Akash Green. If I hear my thing, I will not say anything to the guy again. So because they don't listen, you get a clue, they don't listen. Because great, you all the show. I told them, I said they will come after Claudia. And I'm saying it again. They will go after the big farm, and they will go after the 25 million mop-up exercise. The government want to find a reason why they cannot investigate, and the government will investigate. If there is nothing, great, there is nothing. You come back 2029, you win election, investigate too. We will enjoy it. Hey, case closed. Y'all have a good night, my friend. We appreciate each other. Happy birthday, Russell.
You can hear before.
Hey, gentlemen.
I don't take it for
happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving to all of you.
I said it, they didn't listen, Colonel Gray. I said they coming, but you know what? They coming. Let me keep my mind. Let me go in peace. Happy Thanksgiving. Let me go in peace.
It's a good day for Liberia. It's a good day for Liberia.
Yeah, good day. Yeah, good day. Good night. Good night. Kel Hassan, yeah. He tired. You better go drink some water. You're looking at me, bad man. Look at I can't scream. I can't even yet tired.
You got problem, you stand up. You stand up. Why you want for?
Can you hear me?
But
can you hear me?
I gotta go. We can hear you, Kev. I didn't mute you. We are hearing you with your Kev.
Let me tell you something quick.
Let me ask you a question. Kev. Let's see your Rolex watch. Let's see how many buy it. Show your watch.
Yeah, Rolex.
Yeah, how many buy Rolex? You're good, you're bad. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining this school tonight. We want to say thanks. Have a good night. Till we meet again. May God be with you. May God bless you. Have a good evening. Goodbye. Happy Thanksgiving to all of you celebrating Thanksgiving.